Welcome to the live show. You know what time it is. It is your boy Genesis. It is currently 11:31 p.m. and of course, today's date is the 30th of April 2025. In a space of like 6-7 hours today, a lot has gone down. Well, breaking news is Ukraine signed the deal, the rare earth deal has been signed by Ukraine. So now that is a major update when it comes to the peace deal between Russia and Ukraine. And for the United States being the intermediary, um, this is what Trump has been talking about, saying if Ukraine, well, Zelensky, if he signs the rare earth deal, that would enable the United States to be able to recoup whatever grants or loans or whatever that were given to Ukraine. Like we know, billions of dollars has been given to Ukraine to help Ukraine uh, push back Russia so they could be independent nation like they are already. Uh, but good thing is Ukraine already signed the rare earth deal, which allows American companies to go into Ukraine to get these minerals out of the ground, meaning Americans would be inside Ukraine. So if anything happens to an American in Ukraine, that's going to be a big deal. So obviously, I don't think Vladimir Putin would want that. But let's see how it plays out. Let's see how it plays out. But before we go deeper into the Russia, Ukraine, and the United States and the rare earth mineral deal, all that stuff, let's go on ahead and see what is going on here. Of course, the numbers are still fluctuating. Talking about Trump's approval ratings. Now, CNN is saying Trump blames Biden for economic woes. I mean, inflation was high under Biden. Gas prices were high under Biden, and this is just like 3-4 months ago. But let's listen.
The economy shrank in the first quarter of the year, down 0.3%. That's compared to the last quarter of 2024, which saw it grow by 2.4%. The president was quick to point fingers.
That's Biden. That's not Trump, because we came in on January, this is the quarterly numbers, and we came in and I was very against everything that Biden was doing in terms of the economy.
Well, keeping him honest, he took office on January 20th, so the first 20 days of the quarter were not on his watch. However, the other 2 months and 11 days were, something he didn't mention. And beyond that, he laid the groundwork for blaming President Biden for the next 3 months as well.
We came in on January 20th. So this is Biden. And you could even say the next quarter is sort of Biden, because it doesn't just happen on a daily or an hourly basis. But we're turning it around.
So if you're keeping track, the president is now blaming the former president for this current bad quarter and perhaps the next bad quarter as well, even though by that time the former president will have been out of office for almost 6 months. And even then, by his reckoning, it will still be the Biden economy. Yet this is the same man who began taking credit for what was then a booming stock market nearly a year before taking office. Quoting now from something he posted on social media on the 29th of January of 2024, "This is the Trump stock market because my polls against Biden are so good that investors are projecting that I will win, and that will drive the market up." Bottom line, it was the Trump stock market when Biden was president. It's the Biden economy now that Trump is, and a cabinet full of praise for it all. Perspective now from CNN senior political and global affairs commentator Rahm Emanuel. He served as White House chief of staff in the Obama administration, as a former Chicago mayor and ambassador to Japan. I mean, as somebody who has served at virtually all levels of government, what stands out to you about this cabinet Trump era tradition of everybody going around praising the president. That's not normal, is it?
I think the answer's in the question. Let me say this. If I, as chief of staff to the President Obama, senior advisor to President Clinton, if I had acted like a psychopath, like any one of those cabinet members, they would have rushed me to the White House medical unit. To their great credit, they were confident enough in themselves. They wanted you to challenge them. They wanted you to ask questions. And I did that frequently. I jokingly say sometimes I started working for President Obama. I was 6'3", 250 pounds. I'm now 5'8" and 148, dripping wet. They wanted you to challenge. They were confident enough. But on a more serious note than that, we're on the 100-day mark. Roosevelt did it by governing, passing laws, signing them into law. You got to look at this meeting, the cabinet meeting, and the way it was conducted in the context of the executive orders, no legislation. This is a style in which the President Trump does not want to govern like President Roosevelt. He wants to rule. Totally different type of context, totally different flavor, totally different style with a different substance. There is no governing here in sense of legislation. The bulk of the executive orders are on immigration. There's not an immigration bill that he's presented to Congress. So it doesn't exist in the sense of the norm. And I think it actually has, in the political context, two things. Core supporters like it because it reflects action. Stylistically, it is pushing away independents, energizing Democrats, and even leaving a bad taste with a good proportion of Republicans. So I don't actually think it's benefiting him, this kind of notion of ruling versus governing, which is much more in the traditional norm. And that's why people are having such an adverse reaction to it and pushing back on it.
It's interesting to me, though, that for a president who likes to project strength, his susceptibility to praise, it's very apparent to anybody who interacts with him. Back in February, the new British Prime Minister, Keir Starmer, came to meet President Trump at the White House, and he clearly knew to use flattery. He opened up the meeting presenting, before they got down to actual diplomatic business, an invitation from King Charles for a second state visit, and he sold it. I want to play for our viewers how he sold it to the president, because he used a lot of, well, take a look.
This is really special. This has never happened before. This is unprecedented. And I think that just symbolizes the strength of the relationship between us. So this is a very special letter. I think the last state visit was a tremendous success.
It was.
His Majesty the King wants to make this even better than that. So this is truly historic.
It's I was going to say embarrassing almost, but it's wise for people to do that.
It's embarrassing. It's embarrassing.
Yeah. But it's a weakness. If you're so susceptible to be flattering to your face, if that's what it takes to kind of wash over you, and then someone gets down to business, it seems remarkable to me.
Anderson, I can say this as having been ambassador, worked also in other countries and talked to other leaders. Every foreign ministry overseas is taking a daily, if not a long-term analysis of the president and what works, what doesn't work, etc. What comes across, you talk about the flattery, but what comes across also in this psychoanalysis they'll do is the weakness, the vulnerability. Then also the lack of honesty, blaming somebody else, not taking responsibility. That also is figuring into their analysis. That will tell you how either world leaders will stay away, if they're going to approach, how they're going to approach it. So yes, the flattery, but also in that psychological profile they're building of a person, the lack of veracity, no truth, the need and desire for constant glorification. You have to praise him or thank him. You saw that early. I don't know if you remember this early in the administration, that if you wanted to come to see the president, you had to praise him publicly. You had to thank him publicly. The attack on President Zelensky was you've never said thank you enough.
Right.
So you have to, they are building a psychological profile. They know him. And I will guarantee you, and then put in also one additional layer. They all watch the elections in Canada. They're going to watch the elections in Australia. There's like a 5 to 7 point bump just opposing President Trump in your own domestic politics. So those profiles get built in foreign ministries in how to approach or not approach the United States and specifically this administration.
Well, the degree to which he has unified countries around the world internally, Canada, elsewhere, and yet so not unified his own country.
If you think, I don't mean to cut you off, but I apologize for that. But if you think of this era as the era of the Indo-Pacific, Asia on the rise. 4 years ago, China was moving. Our economy, we were seen as slipping. We were seen as moving in the fact that America was declining. We used China's wolf warrior. We used China's economic hardship that they created on themselves to isolate them both economically, politically, diplomatically, and in the region. That's why they were so angry at the trilateral relationship between the United States, China, and South Korea. They never saw that coming. The one also between the Philippines, the Quad relationship between India, Australia, Japan, and the United States. They were politically isolated. They were economically created their own on goal and isolated themselves. They were trying to export their markets, creating domestic troubles in other countries, which made China the problem. With the president's tariffs, with our own actual version of wolf warrior, we have made ourselves the problem and got China out of the problem box that they put themselves in. And now we're the isolated party. And trust me, confronting China in the Indo-Pacific, it is better to have India, Australia, Japan, South Korea, the Philippines, and other nations aligned with us. Yeah. We're stronger because we have a solid bloc. In that case, China's now going around the region and using our own kind of offensive economic and political actions, not to stand with the United States, but to isolate us. We've become the isolated party where China was the isolated party. And that's the crisis there. That's the missed opportunity, which will have huge impact on national security, economic security for the United States.
All right. Of course, this is going to be an issue. They had a cabinet meeting today, and everybody was like, thank you so much for your leadership, President Trump. I mean, I see no reason why they should not be able to say thank you so much for your leadership, but CNN has issue with it. All right. Elon Musk is getting another
The Wall Street Journal
backlash.
just this hour. It's a headline that reads, Tesla board opens search for a CEO to succeed Elon Musk. When you read the story, sources are telling the Journal that Tesla's board members started reaching out to several executive search firms, initiating a formal process to replace Musk. My source joining me tonight is the Wall Street Journal's Emily Glazer, who just broke this reporting. And Emily, thanks for joining us on such breaking news. Can you just tell us what happened here and what the board of Tesla was thinking?
Absolutely. So Tesla has been going through some pain lately. It just reported earnings last week and had profits decline about 70%. And our reporting shows that around a month ago, board members were reaching out to executive recruiting firms to start a formal CEO succession search process. This is a formal kind of next chapter. Obviously, companies do succession planning all the time for their next leader, but we know that this is happening as there was concern from investors about Musk spending too much time in DC, given his government role, and concern about the company really struggling lately. We also know that board members prior to earnings had an update. They gathered with Elon Musk and they said to him that we really need you to refocus on Tesla and we need you to say it publicly. And he did not push back.
That's pretty remarkable, given we saw him come out and say he'd step away from the Doge effort. And part of your reporting that stood out to me is where you said that some Tesla employees said the first time they had heard from him in months was at an all-hands meeting that they had in March, where you report, if you read the news, he said, it, quote, it feels like Armageddon. I can't walk past a TV without seeing a Tesla on fire. These are times when there are rocky moments, a little bit of stormy weather, but I'm here to tell you that the future is bright and exciting. What I'm saying is, quote, hang on to your stock.
Interesting message from a CEO that was actually streamed on X. And so our understanding is that Elon Musk has not spent much time at Tesla offices. He has been calling into meetings. He's been joining virtually. And that's something that we know a board member shared with some major investors because they were concerned. And we also, our understanding is that one board member actually told investors that they did need to brief Elon more at times ahead of board meetings. So look, it's been no secret. Elon Musk has been spending a lot of time in Washington, D.C. He's been at Trump's side. He's been in Mar-a-Lago. He has 5 companies that he oversees. Tesla is one of them, but Tesla is public and Tesla is the biggest. It's got a market cap of around $900 billion.
Do we know if Elon Musk was aware of the effort that was underway to potentially replace him?
We do not know if he was aware of the effort, and we also don't know the status of this. So there are definitely some unknowns out there, but it is a big deal and usually a turning point for any company to reach out and hire an executive recruiting firm. This is usually when they would start this formal process of looking at internal and external candidates, kind of examining their slate, so to speak, of who could be the next CEO. And something else to consider is that Tesla doesn't have a very deep bench. There have been a number of top executives that have left more recently. Our reporting also shows that Elon Musk, at least according to an internal document, has more than 20 direct reports at Tesla. So there's quite a lot going on in the company right now. For the first time in quite some time, its car sales fell. Its stock shot up after President Trump won the presidency. And let's not forget, Elon Musk contributed more than $250 million toward Donald Trump's reelection efforts. Some consumers have been pushed back. There's been some brand damage. People have, bumper stickers saying that on their Teslas that they don't necessarily support Elon Musk. So there's been a rocky road recently for this company, and it's only one of the 5 that Elon Musk oversees.
Well, and I think in terms of how this works, would they be able to remove him without his consent? I mean, how does this work behind the scenes in terms of what the board could do here?
Well, Elon Musk is a major shareholder. He owns, I believe, more than 10% of Tesla stock. So this is not like a typical company where a board decides that they are ready to get into this next phase and they hire an external recruiter and they look at all their various candidates and then they make a decision around how that all shakes out. Usually CEOs are very involved in that process. And of course, Elon Musk is on the board as well. But when you've got someone who also is a major shareholder, it changes that process. We've reported quite a bit at the Wall Street Journal about how close Elon Musk is with his board members. We've reported that in some cases he has used drugs with his board members. So I would just say this is not your average CEO succession process. And I just want to emphasize that we are, after Elon Musk said last week during earnings that he plans to refocus and recommit to Tesla, it's unclear where the status of this CEO search process is going.
Emily Glazer, it is some fascinating reporting. Thank you for joining us on the breaking news this hour. Really appreciate your quick work.
Elon Musk today appeared to bid farewell to President Trump's cabinet.
Did they just say Elon Musk uses drugs with cabinet members? Is that what she just said? What is going on here?
Further signaling his decision to step back from the Trump administration and perhaps focus some well-needed attention on his many other businesses. My panel's here. And Mike Dubke, take a listen to your former boss, President Trump, during the cabinet meeting today, talking to Elon Musk.
You have been treated unfairly, but the vast majority of people in this country really respect and appreciate you. You're invited to stay as long as you want. At some point, I guess, he wants to get back home to his car.
I'm not sure that it's accurate to say that the vast majority of people really respect and appreciate you. According to polls, a New Washington Post Ipsos poll shows even more Americans are souring on Musk. In February, 49% of the American people disapproved of him, but this month it's 57%. Do you think that's part of why he's stepping back, that he was actually becoming something of a lightning rod?
Well, I mean, I know one person that really appreciated him, which was President Trump. As others have said, he was a heat shield for the president. I called him a human heat shield for the president. And he served that job well, but his 130 days is up. There would have been other political conversations that needed to be had if he had stayed around. And I think you're right, that seemed like a farewell today, a farewell cabinet meeting for him. But he's got a real job that he needs to get back to. And I'm sure Wall Street will be thrilled to have him back doing X and Tesla and SpaceX and everything else he's got going on.
Before he got involved in politics, on Twitter, like long before even with Trump, he was, regarded as like the Thomas Edison of our time, the Nikola Tesla of our time. And even Fetterman during the campaign was saying, John Fetterman, Democrat from Pennsylvania, I take him to he goes to rallies and people think he's Tony Stark. That's Iron Man, just so you know.
Yeah. Are you kidding me? That
Thank you.
I
Terrifying.
just wanted to make sure.
Wow.
I didn't know.
That was a bit of shady through your
I
way.
just don't
That
know what
wasn't
kind of
bad.
superhero nerd you
All
are.
of them. Are
Okay.
Anyway, back
Apologies.
to
All
Tony
of them.
Stark.
My point is this going to help him stepping back from the politics for a sec?
I don't think so, because people have pretty much made it clear they do not want Teslas. I think I saw
No. What are you
Yahoo
talking about?
YouGov poll that said, was it 2/3 of Americans are saying they wouldn't buy a Tesla? I'm not sure him being back at the company.
Because crazy
changes
radicals keep
that.
blowing them up.
Oh, yeah. That's
Or keying
right.
them or doing other things.
Well, more importantly, though, I think it's a way that people are not buying them as a way to say, we don't like what he's done. We don't like the role that he's played. But can I just point out, we don't talk about this enough. He's already got the most valuable thing, which is access to our data. Just because he's not in Washington doesn't mean he won't take all of our data that he already has access to, and his minions are still sitting there going through our Social Security information, our financial
We don't know
information, our
what he has
healthcare
access to.
Okay, you're right. He
Exactly.
probably, didn't look at any of that stuff.
Anyway, Dasha, at least publicly, Trump says he likes Elon Musk. He really appreciates Elon Musk. He loves the job he did. And I'm sure a lot of that's sincere. But what are your sources telling you about how Trump, or at least people in the White House, feel about him stepping
Well,
aside?
there's a difference between how Trump views Elon Musk and just about everybody else in that White House. I mean, let's remember, he has clashed with just about every cabinet secretary that was sitting at that table today, with Rubio, with Ratcliffe, with Scott Bessent,
Hegseth.
with Hegseth. I mean, the list goes on. So while President Trump, I think, did continue to have a good relationship with him and kind of saw the media going after him, and whenever he sees that, he does kind of put his arms around people. But boy, is that entire cabinet table relieved to see him take a step back.
Tesla is a Fortune 500 company, okay? There's no way. I mean, anything can happen in life, but Tesla is one of the companies that is innovating the world, okay? The world. So I don't think Elon Musk is going anywhere, or Tesla, because my dream car right now today is a Cybertruck, okay? So that's it.
You've been out
All
talking
right,
to
Bernie
Americans. Do you
Sanders.
think that they're prepared in the way that President Trump?
The thing I like about Bernie Sanders is he's been saying oligarchy since the 90s. Oligarchy. They're going to take over. Oligarchy. 2025, he's still talking about oligarchy.
Trump says they should be today?
No. Look, Caitlin, I think one of the great political crises we face is we really don't appreciate the pain that ordinary people are feeling. You are living ostensibly in the richest country in the history of the world. 60% of people are living paycheck to paycheck, living under extraordinary stress, trying to put food on the table, pay their rent, worried what happens if their landlord raises the rent, worried what happens if somebody gets sick and they can't afford to go to the doctor. That is the reality in the richest country on earth for 60% of our people. Not to mention that we have the highest rate of childhood poverty of almost any major country, and too many of our seniors are living in poverty. That is the economic reality. And it's a reality that Trump is in the process of making even worse. So when I go around the country, what I'm trying to do is rally the American people to say, yes, of course, we've got to stand up to the horrific policies of Trump. But in addition to that, we need a political movement which is going to stand with the working class of this country and take on the oligarchs and create an economy that works for all of us, not just Elon Musk and his friends.
So you're saying they don't have the breathing room that the White House seems to be saying, you got to give us a little
They
grace
don't.
here.
They really don't. And, it's a bit arrogant to say, well, kids may have a smaller number of toys and the price may go up a little bit. I think billionaires like Trump and Musk do not have a clue about what it means for a working class family trying to buy presents for the kids or to take care of the basic necessities of life. I think it's an incredible arrogance and ignorance on the part of these people who have so much wealth and so much money.
It is a pretty striking scene to see the president surrounded by many billionaires who are in that room that make up his cabinet, telling kids that the shelves may be emptier and they may not get as many toys.
Well, you only have to pay a few bucks more, really. Well, for Trump, it doesn't matter. He's a billionaire. But if you are struggling to take care of your family, that few bucks buying toys, or the increased price of groceries, or the increased rent that you may be paying, or the increased cost for an automobile that you may want to buy, yeah, that's a very big deal. I don't think the billionaire guys have a clue about what that's about.
He says President Biden is to blame for the last quarter of non-economic growth. It kind of went in reverse, and that he might be to blame for the current quarter. At what point do you think the president is responsible for GDP?
Never. He's never responsible for anything. It's always somebody else's fault. That's his modus operandi. He's always blaming somebody else and takes no responsibility for anything. I can tell you this.
Do you think if it was good, though, that he would take credit for it?
Of course, you got to take credit for what you do. And one of the things that's happening and what's rattling the entire global economy, not just our economy, is this arbitrary trade war that he has started, the arbitrary tariffs that he has imposed on countries all over the world. I mean, I'll give you an example of what he has managed to accomplish. Canada is a longtime ally and friend of the United States. I live 50 miles away from the Canadian border in Burlington, Vermont. Trump supported the conservative candidate there, and these guys were ahead by 24 points 2 months ago. Trump's support managed to cause them to lose the election. And all over the world, people are responding to this Trumpism, and I think it's going to have a negative impact, thank God, on right-wing extremism all over the world. Because people are saying, if this is what right-wing extremism is about, we don't want it.
Well, I mean, Canadians have been so upset with the president's tariffs, and also how he's talked about making Canada the 51st state. In terms of the trade war that he's carrying out, you know, you have appeared with people like Shawn Fain, who's the president of the UAW, that you two were together at an event in 2023. I think we have a picture of that. Fain has been praising the president and his auto tariffs. He's been on this program saying he likes that. Obviously, he was someone who was a supporter of Vice President Harris's. Then there were exemptions that happened this week for those U.S. automakers. When someone like that comes out and praises the president and then he goes back on this to give them a temporary relief, as he called it, I wonder what you would say to someone like Shawn Fain about that.
Well, look, let me say a word. Tariffs unto themselves are not necessarily bad. I helped lead the effort against permanent normal trade relations with China, that trade agreement, and with NAFTA, the Canadian-Mexican trade agreement, because those were agreements written by corporate America, and the goal was to allow corporations to lay off workers in America, shut down factories here, and move to poor countries around the world where people were making pennies an hour. So selective utilization of tariffs to protect American workers and American industry is a good thing. But that is very different than coming up with some crazy proposal based on nothing that anyone can understand, imposing arbitrary tariffs on virtually every country on earth. That is kind of off the charts.
If the president's policies continue as they are and the economic data that we're seeing, do you think the U.S. is going to go into a recession?
Look, I fear that it might. And I would hope very much that my colleagues in the Democratic Party begin to bring forth an agenda that speaks to the needs of working families. I think that one of the scary things that's happening in this country is that a whole lot of people are giving up on democracy itself, because they look at our government and they say, does anybody in Washington have a clue about what I am going through?
Yeah, the polling is bad for Trump, but it's just as bad for Democrats who you caucus with.
It is. And so I think the answer is that people are saying, I am hurting, the rich are getting richer, who cares about me? So what we are fighting for right now is an agenda that speaks to the needs of working class people. It is not good enough just to go after Trump. You've got to do that, but you need something in addition. For example, you tell me, we have a healthcare system in America, which in my view is completely broken and dysfunctional. How often do you hear people talking about the need to do what every other major country on earth does, guarantee health care to all people? Am I missing something? Do you hear that discussion?
No, but I'm glad you brought that up, because on this front, we pressed Senator Schumer about this last night in terms of what is the strategy coming from Democrats on the Hill do you guys have a cohesive message in how to deal with Trump 100 days in? This is one part of what he had to say in response to that.
Our caucus is united. Look at this. The Republicans on this upcoming reconciliation bill, which sets the funding for the whole government, they're fighting with each other. Compare that to the Democrats. We're totally united. We're totally united in my caucus.
What Democrats lack right now is a vision for the future.
I'm assuming you're.
I think that last guy was right. Not the other guy, but the guy was on last.
So, it's not surprising. You believe you're right and Senator Schumer's wrong here.
You need an agenda. Did you hear? You're not united around what? Are we united around guaranteeing health care to all people? I'm proud, by the way, that the Democrats supported an amendment that I offered to raise the minimum wage to $17 an hour. That's a start. Are we united in tackling a corrupt campaign finance system? Now, you tell me, you're an observer of these things. How do you deal with politics in America without understanding that billionaires play an enormously destructive role in both political parties?
Well, and you've been on this oligarchy tour, fighting the oligarchs across the United States. I'm going to show you the crowds in a moment because I want to get to that. But Senator Alyssa Slotkin, a Democrat who's new to the Senate, said that she doesn't think that that's helpful, that that's a good tactic for people like you to be using. James Carville was saying, people like AOC and Bernie, they're not winning elections. I do wonder what you make of that, because it is a real question.
Well, look, that is part of the old Democratic establishment. And they are interested in winning elections, which is very, very important. But in my view, you can't win elections unless you have something to say to the vast majority of the people in this country. I do not think that Donald Trump won the election because he promised tax breaks for billionaires and to cut Medicaid and nutrition and education. That's not why he won the election. He won the election because a lot of people are saying, who is going to do anything? And Trump comes along, I'm going to smash the system. People say, yeah, well, I'll take a chance, better than nothing. What the Democrats need to do right now is to have the courage to take on the very powerful special interests who, to a large degree, control the political process and the legislative process in the United States.
And you clearly don't seem to think they're doing that. I will also say Trump says he won't cut Medicaid. We'll see what Republicans do on the Hill. Trump was in Warren, Michigan last night. You were just there not long ago.
Yeah.
And last night when Trump was in Warren, he made a point about crowd sizes between the two of you.
And when they say that Bernie's probably the best they have. By the way, he's about 7 years older than me, more, 8 years older.
Yeah.
One thing I got to give him credit, he's a lunatic, but he's still pretty sharp. And he's going around with AOC +3, the +3 follow-up. They hang on for little bits. They hang on for nuggets. And they get crowds. They say, our crowds are so much bigger than their crowds. Their crowds are small. If I ever had a crowd like their biggest crowd, they'd say it's over for Trump. He's lost the magic.
I think you're a little more than 4 years older than him.
Something.
If I'm
It didn't
right.
tell. I know it will shock the audience. The president did not tell the truth. All right, I realize that will shock everybody, but that's the case. And in terms of not that we want to get into crowd size, why would anyone want to do that? We had twice the turnout in Warren than he had the other night.
Bernie. I don't know what Bernie got going, but whew.
And polling this morning shows that Americans are turning on President Trump on this signature issue, cracking down on illegal immigration. Just over half say the president has gone too far, and most do not believe the federal government is being careful in following the law while carrying out deportations. Still, it is an issue where his numbers remain stronger than his overall approval. Let's get right to CNN's political director, my friend David Chalian. Talk to us about these numbers. Better than other issues, but still in a different place than he was a month ago.
Exactly. I mean, I still think this is a strong suit, but the manner in which he's going about some of the immigration and deportation policy enactment here is clearly raising questions for the American public. Because as you noted, it's above his overall job approval rating, but he's gone from majority support on this issue, majority approval just in March, John, now down to 45%. And for the first time we've seen in a while, underwater on this issue, which is a concern. But Look where the economy is down there. Look where inflation, tariffs on issues. You can imagine why in Michigan last night, when celebrating his first 100 days, he was leaning into immigration as the thing that sort of brought him to the dance and the thing that animates his base of support so very much.
Yeah, the best option sort of he has to talk about right now. This case of Kilmer Abrego Garcia, which Terry Moran was pressing the president on last night, where do Americans fall on that issue?
This is a prime example of what I'm saying about sort of the how the Trump administration has been proceeding here is raising questions. 56% in our new poll say that the administration should bring Abrego Garcia back. Only 20% of Americans in our poll, John, say should not bring him back, and about a quarter are unsure about what to do in this case. I will note that 56%, that includes 28% of Republicans, John. 28% of Republicans think that Abrego Garcia should be brought back. More Republicans, of course, say he should not be, but Democrats and independents overwhelmingly say he should be brought back. I just think this issue is not cutting quite the way that the administration had hoped it would be cutting.
Yeah, no, that number kind of jumps out of the screen. It might not be what people, certainly the White House, expected on this. David Chalian, great to see you this morning. Thank you very much.
There is new CNN polling out this morning taking the temperature of Americans on one of the president's signature issues, a rising share of Americans thinking that President Trump has gone too far in cracking down on illegal immigration, the issue he highlighted to ABC in a new interview as one of his biggest accomplishments so far.
What's the one thing, just one thing, that you think is the most significant thing you've done so far in these 100 days?
Well, I think maybe the border is the most significant because our country was really going bad. They were allowing people to come in from prisons, as you know, and you've heard me say it, but you've heard a lot of people say it. Prisons, mental institutions, gang members, murderers.
Joining me now are CNN political commentators Kate Bedingfield and Shermichael Singleton to talk more about this. Kate, so jumping off of this, on this new numbers on immigration, a rising share of Americans say that President Trump's deportation policies have gone too far. A similar number, 52%, say his immigration policies have not made America safer. And most, 57%, say they do not believe the federal government's being careful in following the law while deporting people. Yet, his numbers on immigration are stronger than his approval rating overall or on the economy. That tells you what?
Well, I think it tells you that the Trump team, even as confident as they feel about where they are on the border, needs to be really thoughtful about how they proceed here. Most people are not following the ins and outs of everything that the White House, any White House, even this White House, which is very good at drawing attention to itself, most regular people are not following the ins and outs of what they're doing every single day from a policy perspective. And so what people hear are stories about children with metastatic cancer who've been deported along with their parents. And these kinds of stories make people feel, they remind people, I think, of the first Trump term, when family separation and some of the most draconian immigration policies they tried to put in place were definitional. That's how people absorbed what Trump was trying to do on the border, and they didn't like it. So I think that the Trump administration here has their recklessness, their unwillingness to abide by the law, which, by the way, you know, Republicans like to talk about 20 issues and being on the right side of 80-20 issues. Well, one big 80-20 issue in this country is the question of whether the president should follow the law and should adhere to court orders when they're handed down, even if he disagrees with them. And so Trump has very much been on the wrong side of that as he's been dealing with immigration at the border. And I think that's part of why we're seeing these numbers where they are.
And on that point, Shermichael, the president now admits that he can bring back that Maryland man mistakenly deported to El Salvador if he wants to. He said this in this new ABC News interview. Let me play this.
You could get him back. There's a phone on this desk.
I could.
You could pick it up, and with all the power of the presidency, you could call up the president of El Salvador and say, send him back right now.
And if he were the gentleman that you say he is, I would do that.
But the court has ordered you.
But for the last month, we have heard the exact opposite from those in the administration. Pam Bondi, the Attorney General, saying this month, that's up to El Salvador. If they want to return him, that's not up to us. Stephen Miller, it's arrogant to suggest that El Salvador how to handle their own citizens as a starting point. That is the president of El Salvador. Your question about the court can only get to him. Caroline Levitt, El Salvador does not intend to smuggle a designated foreign, well, she says that. He is an El Salvadorian national. That is his home. That is where he belongs. The president now makes clear they were lying. They were not telling the truth when they said that. If the president now says this, does that matter anymore?
Look, the legal posturing of the administration has really been around this, I guess, convoluted term from the Supreme Court about facilitate. And what does that mean? They're still challenging that. It's still working its way through the court system. I think this is obviously going to go back to SCOTUS. They'll make the final determination if they believe the executive branch does have unilateral authority here to just remove someone. In this particular case, I think in many ways there's a strong argument for the executive branch to make it. I'm not saying this just because it's President Trump. I would also have this same posture if it was a Democrat, generally speaking.
I'm just saying, no matter what the policy is, say what you mean and mean what you say. When you're the Attorney General of the United States and you say, we can't do this, and Donald Trump says, of course I can. Like, this is a problem.
Well, I'm looking at it through two different frames, though, Kate. I'm seeing the political argument here. Again, it's still the strongest issue for the president, but I'm also looking at it through the legal lens.
Yep.
And again, legally, I think the attorneys representing the executive branch are going to want to stick firm with their overall argument about the powers of the executive as it pertains to immigration, because it is an argument about national sovereignty and national security. And I think those two things have to be assessed in their disparate categories.
When I think about the populations that moved to Trump, you had the migrant crisis reach many cities, right? And cross over into an environment where people weren't used to having the conversation. And so this is very different from Trump 1, where it's like build a wall. Like, if we can put up that list again of things people are wary of, it's like a range of policies that might feel unexpected to people. Am I reading that wrong? Like IRS data and, snatching people up off the street, right? Revoking student visas, wartime authority for deportations. This is not a wall.
Yeah, look, with Donald Trump, we talk about what and how, as David kind of pointed out. They tend to agree with him on immigration. People should be deported who committed crimes. It's always the how and the execution that gets him into trouble. Even on issues like tariffs, they've gone too far, even though there might be some support for some of these policies. And we see it over and over again, and I think that is always their problem. They overshoot, they overreach, and that's what turns off so much of the public, and that's why the numbers are bad.
Yeah, you said people need to look under the hood of these numbers.
Yeah, so for instance, take the number there on deportations to Salvadorian prisons. You have about half, I think it was 51% in this poll, said that they're opposed to that. But then you take a look at the underlying numbers, and there's also a really high percentage of unsure, which in this day and age I think is a little bit unusual. Anytime I see an unsure number on a question about a news story that's gotten an enormous amount of coverage, that gives me pause. And it makes me think that there are a lot of voters who, again, are sort of spiritually with Trump on the idea that we need to be tougher on immigration, but want to see how this plays out. And take, for instance, the Abrego Garcia case. Started off as one where people said, this is a Maryland father, how could we do this? And then I think in conservative media, you began to see more and more reporting on the details of, but there was a domestic violence allegation, et cetera. And suddenly it becomes a much muddier story, at least for Trump supporters.
According to Trump and his legal team, Abrego Garcia is supposed to be allegedly MS-13, and they said he was a domestic violent offender. So it's sort of kind of tricky.
New developments in the case of a wrongly deported man from El Salvador and new signs of defiance from the administration in that case. This includes the President of the United States saying he could facilitate that man's return, but won't, even though the Supreme Court unanimously said that he must. And the Secretary of State signaling that he won't give a federal judge the information she's seeking about the administration's efforts, if any, to get him back, even though she has given the government a strict deadline to provide it and issued new orders today. Well, that's where things stand tonight in the case of Kilmar Abrego Garcia, the Maryland man who was sent to El Salvador in his notorious Secot prison, even though a court had ordered that he should not be deported to the country, let alone to a prison there. And though the deportation may have been an error, the administration's response ever since has approached outright defiance of the judicial branch. The judge in the case seems to think so, and the Supreme Court, in a 9-0 ruling, suggested the administration is not doing enough. affirming that the judge's order to facilitate Abrego Garcia's return. ABC News' Terry Moran asked the president about that during a taped interview which aired last night.
You could get him back. There's a phone on this desk.
I could.
You could pick it up, and with all the power of the presidency, you could call up the president of El Salvador and say, send him back right now.
And if he were the gentleman that you say he is, I would do that.
So there he is, saying that he will not do what the judge ordered him to with the Supreme Court's concurrence, which flies in the face of prior arguments from the administration that they simply could not do it.
That's up to El Salvador if they want to return him. That's not up to us.
Well, that said, multiple sources tell CNN that Secretary of State Rubio and El Salvador's president have been directly in touch about the case. And though one U.S. official says that the administration has asked President Bukele to return Abrego Garcia, it's not fully clear whether getting him back is even the goal of these talks at all. That's because multiple officials tell us the opposite, saying the administration is neither seeking his return nor looking to grant him any additional due process in either country. And if this is all very murky at this point, no one in the administration seems willing to clear it up, not even to the judge in this case. Here's what Secretary of State Rubio said at today's cabinet meeting when asked whether he's been talking with El Salvador about Abrego Garcia.
I would never tell you that. And you know who else I'll never tell? A judge. Because the conduct of our foreign policy belongs to the President of the United States and the executive branch, not some judge.
That judge today denied an administration request for more time to provide such answers and set a May 5th deadline to do it, compliance that Secretary Rubio's words today cast doubt on. As for the president, he's given mixed signals on how he would approach the court, saying at times he'd obey a Supreme Court order to bring Abrego Garcia back, and then saying last night that
according to Pam Bundy, okay, except y'all want to talk about the fact that Pam Bundy is lying. Is that what we're saying? Pam Bundy, the president of the United States, the FBI, they're saying that this person is associated to gangs MS-13 and also has been allegedly charged with domestic violence. Okay? So what are we doing here?
he would not even pick up the phone to try. He's also doubling down on Abrego Garcia being a member of MS-13, even though nothing's been proven in court.
Wait a minute. He had MS-13 on his knuckles tattoo.
Oh, he had some tattoos that are interpreted that way. But let's move on.
Wait a minute. Hey, Terry.
He did not have the letter MS-13.
It says MS-13.
That was Photoshopped. So let me
That was Photoshopped. Terry, you can't do that. Hey, they're giving you the big break of a lifetime. You know, you're doing the interview. I picked you because, frankly, I never heard of you, but that's okay. But I picked you, Terry, but you're not being very nice.
Oh, God. Oh, my goodness, yo. What is this man talking about, yo?
MS-13 on his knuckles tattoo.
Oh, he had some tattoos that are interpreted that way. But let's move on.
Wait a minute. Hey, Terry.
He did not have the letter MS-13.
It says MS-13.
That was Photoshopped. So let me
That was Photoshopped. Terry, you can't do that. Hey, they're giving you the big break of a lifetime. You know, you're doing the interview. I picked you because, frankly, I never heard of you, but that's okay. But I picked you, Terry, but you're not being very nice.
Well, nice or not, Abrego Garcia does have symbols tattooed on his knuckles. As CNN and others have reported, the photo was altered and the MS-13 added, apparently to connect the symbols to the gang. The president, though, seems to believe that Abrego Garcia literally spelled it out on his skin. And with all that, there's new reporting tonight that the administration may want to enlist 2 more countries as places to send migrants. According to multiple sources, they're Libya and Rwanda. As always, a lot of new developments on this. CNN Chief White House correspondent Caitlin Collins starts us off. So is the administration, it doesn't sound like they are trying to get this guy back, even though the president acknowledged he could with picking up the phone.
Yeah, it's raised a lot of questions, Anderson, especially since that Oval Office meeting not that long ago where I was in there. I asked President Trump directly about this and President Bukele about whether or not they're going to actually facilitate the return of Kilmar Abrego Garcia, given that Supreme Court 9-0 ruling. And we've seen how the president's answers have shifted since then. He had a very defiant tone when I was in there with him. He essentially asked, why are you still asking about this person, as we had follow-ups about what was going to ultimately happen to him. And now we're learning behind the scenes means that there's been a bit of a diplomatic effort here, it seems to be, from Secretary of State Rubio reaching out to President Bukele, inquiring about returning him potentially. Our sources say that President Bukele essentially said what he said in the Oval Office that day, that this is not going to happen. Trump himself keeps referring to the lawyers, which I think is notable. He had not been saying that previously. Now, Anderson, he keeps, when he's asked about this, often defers to what the attorneys have to say here. Pam Bondi was in the room that day as well. She is, of course, the top attorney as the Attorney General of the United States. And so it's been a very interesting back and forth here as we've seen this play out. And then you saw Secretary Rubio return.
Simon Sandoval Motionberg is out front now, the attorney for Kilmer Abrego Garcia. And Simon, I'm glad to talk to you again. And obviously the story is moving here even as we speak. Your reaction to what we just heard there, the president saying he could pick up the phone, acknowledging to Terry Moran he could pick up the phone, he could make the call, he could say bring him back, and that Kilmer Abrego Garcia would come back. I believe that contradicts what the Trump lawyers have been telling you in court, right? They've been saying that he couldn't just pick up the phone and bring your client back.
Yeah, I mean, the government has been talking out of both sides of their mouth pretty much since the beginning of this case. They say one thing in the press, they say another thing in court filings. This is just another example. I find President Trump entirely credible when he says that he could get Kilmer Abrego back with one phone call. Later in that same interview, he said that there were lawyers of his who were advising him not to make that phone call. We don't know who those people are, but we're going to find out.
Who those lawyers are. So you don't know who they are. If he's referring specifically to individuals, I mean, it's unclear if he's referring to lawyers, general people, but he says lawyers, but you don't know who they are right now.
Right. The judge today essentially restarted the discovery process. So now we're going to be getting documents from the government. We have 9 days to take depositions of various government officials, and we're going to get to the bottom of this. We're going to find out, who said what to whom, when. And if anyone is telling, the cabinet officials and the president not to act in good faith here, we're going to find out who that is.
All right, so literally as we were coming to air, there was another development in this case, and this is from the Department of Homeland Security. They have just shared another request for a protective order filed by the wife of Kilmer Abrego Garcia. So we knew about one petition for a protective order. They have now said that there was a second one. They're putting it out there. In it, she describes him taking her phone and slapping her during an argument. That this particular incident that this refers to is in August of 2020. She describes him breaking her phone and acting violently with police officers. Now, I just want to be clear, he wasn't charged with a crime connected with that incident or the other one that DHS has put out, and his wife rescinded the request. But what is your request to the, I guess two things, your response to the government releasing this, and were you already aware of it prior to, us talking about it here?
Yeah, look, I mean, I've been representing Kilmer Abrego Garcia for over a month now, and I've never had the chance to speak with him in my life, right? Because he's being held incommunicado in Salvadoran prisons. The whole country's been talking about him for over a month. We've been, the one person who hasn't had the chance to speak yet is Kilmer Abrego Garcia. If the government is so convinced that they've got him dead to rights, that they've got all this evidence against him, bring him back and put him on trial. And then he'll take the witness stand and he'll get to speak for himself, and he'll get to respond to all these allegations.
Is it just so I understand though? Are you literally finding out about things like these protective orders? I mean, in the media or when DHS puts them out? I mean, are you even able to have that information prior to, say, us talking about it in this interview?
Oftentimes we find out about these allegations when they come out in the press, precisely because they're not bothering to file any of this stuff into the court case, because they know it's irrelevant, because they know that none of these things, make up for the fact that they deported him, admittedly by them, by mistake.
All right, so President Trump in this interview insists that Abrego Garcia has MS-13 tattooed on his knuckles, that literally MS-13. And he seemed to refer to this photo. So here's what he said to ABC News, to Terry Moran about it.
He had MS-13 on his knuckles tattooed.
Oh, he had some tattoos that are interpreted that way. But let's move on.
Wait a minute. Hey, Terry.
He did not have the letter MS-13.
It says MS-13.
All right, I'll just say, Simon, we'll put them up. On the left is the photo Trump is talking about. Someone apparently added MS-13 above each symbol. That's the Photoshop that Terry Moran's referring to, claiming that is what those symbols stand for. On the right is your client's hand when he met with Senator Van Hollen earlier this month. So that's when we got the photo from El Salvador. No MS-13. There are those symbols there. I just want to ask you a couple really basic questions that odd to ask, but has your client ever had the actual letters and numbers MS-13 tattooed on his knuckles?
No, and this is why we don't try cases, in the media with drip by drip. We try cases in court with admissible evidence, right? And there's no way that Photoshop photo would ever stand up in court.
All right. Well, I appreciate your laying this out, as we know, and I will just say MS-13 experts tell PolitiFact that none of the symbols that were actually on the knuckles, they put MS-13 above them, but are known signifiers for the gang. So the things that were actually there, PolitiFact says, are not known signifiers.
Okay, so now the media is saying that Trump and his administration photoshopped MS-13 on Abrego Garcia's knuckles. What's going on here, ladies and gentlemen? What is going on here? So the MS-13 on his knuckles was photoshopped, according to his lawyers, of course, and CNN is saying that was the MS-13 tatted on his hands, and his lawyer said no. So they're accusing the Trump administration of photoshopping MS-13 tattoo on Abrego Garcia's knuckle. But my thing here is, so many Americans have issues that they're dealing with every single day. Veterans, homeless veterans, so many situations going on. Inflation, affordability, Social Security. A lot is going on in the United States that needs help. However, I'm not saying that if he isn't MS-13, then okay, he should get a fair trial. But if the FBI, who we entrust to do these types of investigations, if the agencies who we trust to protect us are saying that this person is MS-13, and then who are we then supposed to trust? Like, we're not supposed to trust those agencies anymore. So whatever FBI says now should not go. We should just say, you know what? Nah, that's cap. Well, according to the court, he has been given the go-ahead to come back to the United States for trial, but the Trump administration is saying, well, they're not sure. And the El Salvadorian president isn't complying as well. But back to tariffs. Auto tariff may be going on break because Trump doesn't want the prices to go up on cars. Okay, here we go.
Right now, President Trump is making his way to Michigan for back-to-back events marking his 100th day in office during his second term. The president just moments ago, as he was leaving the White House, took several questions from reporters, and notably, he said he believes a trade deal with India could be coming soon. He also said this about the tariff relief he's about to give automakers.
We're just giving them a little chance because in some cases they can't get the parts fast enough. So this is just a little transition. It's a little bit of help for people that will be doing a great job.
CNN business and politics correspondent Vanessa Yurkevich is standing by. But first, let's go to Jeff Zeleny in Warren, Michigan, where the president is heading today. Jeff, walk us through the president's plans and the messaging.
Brianna, there is no mistaking the fact that President Trump is choosing Macomb County, Michigan for a reason. He won this county by 14 points last November on his way to a much narrower but decisive win in Michigan and the sweep of all battlegrounds. And for the president, this is his first real return to not only the campaign trail, if you will, even though he's not running for anything, but also to sell his economic agenda. So we are here in Warren, Michigan, of course. This is the hot the heart of the automotive industry. And the president is coming along with some relief for automakers who have been really concerned about these on-again, off-again tariff policies. He's offering a reprieve on some of those tariffs, and specifically the auto parts. Of course, the industry is so connected between Canada and Mexico and the United States. So offering a reprieve on some of the auto parts, as well as some of the double tariffs, if you will, tariffs that have stacked upon other tariffs. That really has been a central theme here as we've been talking to voters here in Macomb County and the surrounding areas. They've been concerned about his tariff policies. Even Trump supporters have said that they believe there's been some confusion. So the president clearly coming here to Michigan to, I don't know if you can see, there's a sign behind here that says 100 Days of Greatness. Certainly that's how the White House views it, but talking to many supporters and detractors alike, anxiety is a word that comes up again and again, Boris and Brianna.
Yeah, big signs can be tough in politics, as we've learned over time. Vanessa, walk us through the significance of Trump saying this trade deal with India could be coming, and also this easing on auto tariffs.
Yeah, well, auto tariffs first. I've been speaking to sources within the U.S. auto industry who have said for weeks now that this tariff that is coming on auto parts, set to take effect on Saturday, that 25% tariff, that was their biggest concern. Because even U.S. automakers import a ton of foreign parts, even if they're assembling the vehicle here in the United States. And as Jeff mentioned, there's a little bit of sort of a rebate coming to those automakers that even if they import the foreign car parts, they're going to get sort of a percentage discount if they assemble the vehicle here in the United States. But Ford, Stellantis, General Motors, they all still assemble vehicles in other countries like Canada and Mexico. So this is an effort by the president to get them to move manufacturing back to the United States. But of course, the automakers are saying in statements right now that they're appreciative of this reprieve. But ultimately, there is still that 25% tariff that is hitting foreign cars being imported and foreign car parts being imported. And economists have suggested that those prices, those tariffs are going to get handed down to the consumer at the end of the day. Also, as you mentioned, a deal potentially with India, a trade deal. This is something that we saw markets move on. First, we heard from the Commerce Secretary, Howard Lutnick, saying that he had a deal done with one country. He was not specific about which country, but we just heard, as you mentioned, from the president there saying that he is close to a deal with India. So is that one deal or two deals? Any way you put it, though, we saw the Dow pop on that news. The Dow up now more than 300 points. As investors I've been speaking to for weeks now, Brianna, out of everything they've wanted to hear from the president is not that the fact that they're talking with other countries, that they're negotiating with other countries. They want to see deals. And we're getting indications from the administration, Brianna, that there may be an actual deal coming soon.
My next guest is Corey Carver. She's the founder of Grove Fruit Growers in Boise, Idaho. And Corey, thanks for joining us. Your business grows mangoes in Cambodia, processes them in Vietnam, and only just began selling here in the United States back in November. What has been the impact of the tariffs on your market here?
Hi, first, thanks for having me. The impact, so we were able to absorb a 10% increase. So it's gone up to over 50%. But over the next 90 days, we have 10% tariff, and then it goes up to over 90 or over 50% in 90 days. So we were able to absorb the extra 10% within the supply chain. We've built a supply chain based off of trust and mutual respect, and we've all taken a little hit. It hasn't been easy, but we've all taken a hit. It's a struggle when countries like Mexico, for example, have 0% tariffs. So it's not really a long-term solution. But the impact to our business is that we've had to short containers that can't make it to the U.S. market. And we've had to absorb the extra costs, which we've been able to do. But in the next 90 days, tariffs are expected to go up to over 50%. And there's no way we can absorb that high of a tariff, and so we won't be able to continue doing business, and business will go to Mexico or places with lower tariffs, because it's essentially mango, it's a commodity, and and price is important. And I thought when we put this business into place, I have a 110-acre mango farm in Cambodia. I thought we'd be able to get into the U.S. market, build a U.S. standard supply chain within Cambodia, and get into the U.S. market. But now it looks like with these new tariffs, that isn't the case.
What about the impact on Cambodia?
Well, Cambodia is still reeling from the Pol Pot genocide that happened after the U.S. pulled out of Vietnam. There was a communist takeover, a genocide in Cambodia, and a quarter of their population was killed, their entire educated class. And USAID, which is the U.S. government's agency for international development, has spent over $75 million in the last 15 years developing the agriculture supply chains to meet international standards and to improve standards for impoverished Cambodians who don't even have access to clean drinking water, can't send their kids to school. And without these opportunities to send into markets like the U.S., then I fear that it'll be a big loss for farmers who are already struggling in Cambodia. And realistically, China's going to step in and take over where the U.S. is pulling out. The U.S. has shown leadership in Cambodia over the last 15 years. And when we step out, China will be right behind us stepping in. In fact, Xi Jinping, Cambodia or Chinese Prime Minister, just was in Cambodia last week, meeting with the Cambodians. So as U.S. leadership is taken out, is removed overseas, then countries like China will step in right behind us, which is exactly what we don't want, ironically.
Yeah. Cory Carver, thank you so much. Really appreciate your.
So the tariffs was a way to renegotiate trade deals. And of course, like I always say, nobody had the balls to renegotiate trade deals. And some Americans would say, why do we have to renegotiate trade deals when everything was great? No, it wasn't great. Definitely wasn't great. But now you have countries around the world saying, we want to renegotiate. Oh, you want to bring American cars into Europe? Bring them. No tariffs. These were never conversations that was had before. Now, Trump has started this conversation. Still, a lot of people are like, well, he's a dictator. No, he's trying to bring back manufacturing to the United States. And, okay, think about it. Like I said earlier, pharmaceuticals are being imported from China, Ireland, Denmark. These are medications that Americans need. So now the United States and China were going through what? Renegotiations, sort of kind of like a trade war. If China says, you know what, we're not going to send you pharmaceuticals. Oh, it's all right. Let's do it. No more pharmaceuticals. What is going to happen to the United States? What if one day China, Denmark, and all of this, well, maybe not Denmark, maybe Denmark, who knows? What if they say, you know what? Yeah, we're going to be hostile. How do you get your pharmaceuticals? So I support bringing back manufacturing to the United States. You might say it's much more affordable in China or whatever, but a lot of Americans are willing to pay higher prices for American-made product. Now, am I saying everybody can afford it? Not everybody can afford higher prices. Hell, a lot of people are already like living paycheck to paycheck right now. However, in the long run, bringing back manufacturing to the United States is going to help the economy, is going to provide jobs and higher paying jobs as well.
Fox News alert, the United States has just signed a mineral deal with Ukraine, granting us privileged access to develop Ukraine's natural resources, including aluminum, graphite, oil, and natural gas. And Hunter's nowhere near it. This is a recognition of the overwhelming financial and military support provided by you, the U.S. taxpayer. Secures a strong partnership between our countries that'll help keep Russia from moving deeper into Ukrainian territory, and allow America access to key ingredients we need to reindustrialize. We told you after the Zelensky meeting blow up, they'd patch things up. Sometimes you have to break up to make up. Remember when Elon asked every bureaucrat to send him a list of things they did last week? Well, Trump held a cabinet meeting and asked, what'd you do in the first 100 days?
Your DOJ agencies have seized more than 22 million fentanyl pills.
The border is 99.99% safe, under control.
What we have seen since your election and the inauguration has been nothing short of a recruiting renaissance. We're reinforcing standards. We're going to be fit, not fat.
The CIA provided the intelligence that led to the apprehension of the Abbey Gate bomber.
Over the past 100 days, we are already making America healthy again.
Energy costs have plummeted. Mortgage rates are down. Food costs are moving lower.
I'm not sure if anyone's heard, but the price of eggs is down.
It's nice to see the president hosting cabinet meetings instead of the first lady. Morale.
Oh my God. And that's another thing right there. Like, the Trump administration, they're so transparent. You can say anything you want to say about Trump. I don't like Trump. Is so whatever. He's a dictator. He's Hitler. Whatever you say. You're free to say what you want to say. Free speech. However, you could never say he's not hardworking. He's not effective. This man has been doing 2 to 4 events every single day. Today, he had, 3 events? Every single day. The transparency in the Trump administration is just out of this world. I get it. You may not agree with everything he's doing or the choices he's making. It is what it is, okay? I get it. However, he's being transparent. He comes on TV every time. He talks to the press. He answers questions for hours. Whatever question you have, he's going to answer it. And those questions are not, what is the best ice cream flavor that you like on a summer afternoon?
Morale is high and drama's low, except for when RFK doged Marco's Doritos.
Because of Secretary Kennedy, I'm afraid to eat anything. So,
At least in front of him. At least in front of him.
He said Tootsie Rolls are okay in moderation.
Tootsie, Rubio was on a roll.
This president inherited 30 years of foreign policy that was built around what was good for the world. In essence, the decisions we made as a government in trade and foreign policy was basically, is it good for the world? Is it good for the global community? And under President Trump, we're making a foreign policy.
And now the rare earth mineral deal has been signed. And this is why Zelensky was in the Oval Office a couple of weeks ago, and he was going back and forth with the commander-in-chief. And it was like, and of course, J.D. Vance chimed in and was like, you're not grateful. You haven't said thank you or whatever. And that became a big deal. But now Zelensky Ukraine has finally signed the rare earth deal. This deal enables Americans, allows Americans to go into American miner, okay, to go into Ukraine to mine whatever rare earth minerals that America needs for whatever it needs it for. And this means that Americans would be present in Ukraine. If anything happens to an American in Ukraine, that's going to be a big deal. So this is a huge step for a peace deal between Russia and Ukraine. Because Vladimir Putin would not want to touch an American in Ukraine. There would be consequences for that. Okay, and this helps Ukraine.
Policy now was it good for America?
RFK has been busy too, finding the kids Biden lost.
We have ended HHS as the role as the principal vector in this country for child trafficking And during the Biden administration, HHS became a collaborator in child trafficking and for sex and for slavery. And we have ended that, and we're very aggressively going out and trying to find these children, 300,000 children that were lost by the Biden administration.
You'd think Biden could have sniffed these kids out himself, but he never tried. And you heard that right. The Biden administration was a vector for child sex trafficking. Someone needs to go to prison. Trump's happy with his team. He gave them all Gulf of America hats as little party favors. Elon took 2.
Elon, I love the double hat, by the way. He's the only one that can do that. Get away with it.
Well, Mr. President, they say I wear a lot of hats. It's true. Even my hat has a hat.
This man is having way too much fun.
We have an exclusive interview with Elon Musk airing tomorrow night. And yes, he's bringing big balls. And it might be his exit interview.
He's bringing big balls.
The vast majority of people in this country really respect and appreciate you. And this whole room can say that very strongly. You've really been a tremendous help. You opened up a lot of eyes as to what could be done. And we just want to thank you very much. And, you're invited to stay as long as you want. And at some point, I guess he wants to get back home to his car.
Doge saved us $160 billion and counting. And there's still entire departments being slimmed down.
I don't think I have ever worked so hard to try to fire myself. We're certainly making great strides in that. We've reduced the folks over at the Department of Education by about 50% now.
The first 100 days have been so historic, the New York Times put out a front page to match. Look at that. There have never been 100 days like this. And they're right about that. And the media is going to seduce you with polls to say Trump's unpopular. But these are the same polls that told you Kamala would win Iowa. The country has no regrets. If the election was held again, the media's same silly polls say Trump would still beat her. The country elected a man to knock over the table, and that's the phase we're in now. And soon we'll reset the table. Salad, dinner, dessert, fork.
We're turning it around. It's a big ship to turn around, and we're going to have the greatest country financially in the history of the world, I believe. I think we're going to do things and we had to do it. We reset the table.
The pundits are panicking, but what do the people think?
I think he's amazing. I believe he's a man of his word. Mm-hmm. And I really like that because I had given up on politics.
I've been very pleasantly surprised with what he's doing with the country. I think he's got a really good cabinet.
We're going in the right direction. If these jobs are not here, what happens when everything that we have is outsourced? And that is exactly what has been going on for decades. He's looking to bring it back. If President Trump is watching this, I love you dearly.
Signature American companies like Ford love what they're seeing.
Uh-oh.
Ford is really different. We make 80% in the U.S., more than any other manufacturer. We think this is really great for the country. We really support the president's initiative. This is the right thing to do. We really appreciate the dialogue we've had with the president, but we have a lot more work to do with him and the team.
Today, CEOs of the biggest companies in the world packed into the White House to celebrate the manufacturing boom. Money is pouring in.
The companies represented in this room have collectively announced more than $2 trillion in new investments, and we have a total of close to $8 trillion all told.
Today, first quarter GDP came out flat, but even the New York Times called it a statistical fluke. The market shrugged it off. Regular folks don't live and die by GDP. And Trump's confident the golden age will shine. He's so confident, he sat down with a guy who hates him, Terry Moran. Who's Terry Moran? Exactly.
Oh, God. Jesse said he's so confident that he sat down with a guy he doesn't like.
He's a third stringer at ABC. He slandered 47 and cost his bosses $15 million in damages. And David Muir moderated the last debate so poorly, he was out. So Moran was the man. Not really.
They're giving you the big break of a lifetime. You know, you're doing the interview. I picked you because, frankly, I never heard of you, but that's okay. But I picked you, Terry, but you're not being very nice.
Terry had a lot to prove, but it didn't work out for him. He played the same old games ABC always plays. They want to scalp Pete's.
We had a good talk. He's a talented guy. He's young, he's smart, highly educated, and I think he's going to be a very good defense, hopefully a great defense secretary, but he'll be a very good defense secretary.
You have 100% confidence in
I don't
Pete
have
Hegseth.
100% confidence in anything. Okay, anything. Do I have 100%? It's a stupid question. Look,
it's a pretty important position.
No. You don't have 100%. Only a liar would say I have 100% confidence. I don't have 100% confidence that we're going to finish this interview.
These gotcha questions
Whoa.
don't really work on Trump. He's been in the gauntlet for a decade, and confrontation actually ups his game. Terry didn't do his homework, and it showed.
Illegal note fraud is a crime. There have been no referrals to the Justice Department on any of
Well, you don't know that, do you? How do you know that?
Have there been
How do you
referrals
know
to the?
that?
Are there
Why,
criminal
how
referrals?
would you know that there were no referrals? I think there were referrals.
They generally are. There's been no investigation from the
How do
Justice
you know
Department.
that?
I'm asking you, sir.
No, you're not asking me. You made a statement. You're not
Now I'm
asking
asking you.
That was a statement that you made. There have
Now
been.
I'm asking you.
Have there been? Yes, there have.
I haven't seen an anchor look so clueless since Leslie Stahl said the laptop wasn't real. If ABC was smart, they'd have Stephen A. do the interview.
You think Vladimir Putin wants peace?
I think he does, yes. I think he does. I think because
Even with the
of
raining missiles
I
on-
think he really, his dream was to take over the whole country. I think because of me, he's not going to do that.
Do you trust him? Do you trust him?
I don't trust you. I don't trust a lot of people. I don't trust you. Look at you. You come in all shooting for bear. You're so happy to do the interview.
I am
And
happy.
then you start hitting me with fake questions.
Putin carved up Ukraine on Biden's watch. Moscow went in hard after they saw Joe blow the Afghan withdrawal. Trump just got a mineral deal and has the Russians negotiating for peace. And ABC's acting like the president's getting played. Every question came from a place of hate.
I'm going to ask you, if I may, do you think the reputation of the United States has gone down under your presidency?
No, I think it's gone way up, and I think we're a respected country again. We were laughed at all over the world. We had a president that couldn't walk up a flight of stairs, couldn't walk down a flight of stairs, couldn't walk across the stage without falling. We had a president that was grossly incompetent. You knew it, I knew it, and everybody knew it, but you guys didn't want to write it because you're fake news.
All right.
Fake
And
news.
by the way, ABC is one of the worst, I have to be honest.
Oh, my God.
Thank you for the opinion.
Trump's base loves to see him smoke the press. And conflict energizes the president. Biden hid from interviews, including friendlies. Trump invites them into the Oval, pounds
That's
them.
true.
We get to see democracy in action, the battle of ideas. We don't wonder who the president really is or where he is.
Sure.
He's hard at work, and he's in your face. Click here to subscribe to the
And that's the thing. Like I said, you can disagree with Trump. You can say you don't like the things he says or the things that he's doing or whatever, but he's constantly in your face. He's undeniably the hardest, most influential, hardest working president we've had in a long time. Probably ever. Probably ever. Okay, Kamala Harris. She back, yo. She's back. Here we go.
They don't want to hear from you. They want you to come on out.
Oh my goodness. Oh God, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go.
Thank you all. Thank you. Thank you. And Dougie's here too. Oh, please have a seat. Please have a seat. Oh, it's wonderful to be home. And thank you all. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh, in 20 years, Nancy. My goodness. I mean, your babies are grown. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for supporting Merge. Thank you for supporting Merge. It is so wonderful to be home and to be back with all the leaders who are here and to celebrate this extraordinary organization, which is an organization of so many exceptional leaders.
My little doggy.
Those who found the courage
Hey,
to run for
doggy.
office,
Little
and those who
doggy.
support them.
Hey,
In
doggy.
Merge, I will say something you know. Throughout my entire career in life, I have always believed in the ideals of our nation. The ideals reflected in the Declaration of Independence, that all are created equal and endowed by our Creator with certain inalienable rights. Ideals advanced and affirmed by the service and sacrifice of generations of patriots. The ideals that ground the Constitution of the United States, that here in our country, power ultimately lies not with the wealthy or well-connected, but with all of us, with we the people. Now, of course, I recognize that America has never fully lived up to these ideals, that for all the gains we've made, the American dream has for decades been slipping further out of reach for so many, and that the American people deserve leaders who make their lives better and make our country.
You were just the vice president like 2 days ago. Okay. So, what are you talking about?
Stronger. But sadly,
Here we
we
go.
have seen quite the opposite over these past few months. Now, I know tonight's event happens to coincide with the 100 days after the inauguration, and I'll leave it to others to give a full accounting of what has happened so far. But I will say this. Instead of an administration working to advance America's highest ideals, we are witnessing the wholesale abandonment of those ideals.
All right, here we go. Teleprompter.
And what we are also seeing in these
Yes.
last 14 weeks is Americans using their voice and showing their courage. We all know President Trump and his administration and their allies are counting on the notion that fear can be contagious. They are counting on the notion that if they make some people afraid, it will have a chilling effect on others. But what they're overlooking, what they have overlooked, is that fear is not the only thing that's contagious. Courage is contagious.
Oh, for real? For real? Here, Kamala.
The courage of Americans who are banding together in the face of the greatest man-made economic crisis in modern presidential history. Americans across the political spectrum who are declaring that the president's reckless tariffs hurt workers and families by raising the cost of everyday essentials, devastate the retirement accounts that people spent a lifetime paying into, and paralyze American businesses, large and small, forcing them to lay off people, to stop hiring or pause investment decisions. The courage of Americans we are seeing who are rallying at Social Security offices to protect their hard-earned benefits, of Americans who are speaking out to say, it is not okay to violate court orders. Not okay. Saying it is not okay to detain and disappear American citizens or anyone without due process. The courage of judges to uphold the rule of law in the face of those who would jail them. Of universities that are defying unconstitutional demands that threaten the pursuit of truth and academic independence. And I will tell you, the courage of all these Americans inspires me. And I have been inspired by the movements like the one in Wisconsin that put Susan Crawford on the Supreme Court. By the State of the People Power Tour that is aiming to ignite a grassroots movement to lift up voices and advance freedom and justice. And by leaders across the spectrum, including congressional leaders like Cory Booker, Chris Van Hollen, Chris Murphy, Jasmine Crockett, Maxwell Frost, AOC, and Bernie Sanders. All who, in different ways, have been speaking with moral clarity about this moment. So here's one of the other things I wanted to talk about tonight, and to highlight. So look, some people are describing what's been happening in recent months as absolute chaos. And of course I understand why. And it's certainly true of those tariffs. Tariffs that, as I predicted, are clearly inviting a recession. But friends, please let us not be duped into thinking everything is chaos. I know it may feel that way, but understand what we are in fact witnessing is a high-velocity event where a vessel is being used for the swift implementation of an agenda that has been decades in the making. An agenda to slash public education. An agenda to shrink government and then privatize its services. All while giving tax breaks to the wealthiest among us. By the way, an agenda that is not lowering costs. Not making life more affordable, and not what they promised.
Yeah.
It's an agenda, a narrow, self-serving vision of America, where they punish truth tellers, favor loyalists, cash in on their power, and leave everyone to fend for themselves, all while abandoning allies and retreating from the world. And folks, what we are experiencing right now is exactly what they envisioned for America. Right now, we are living in their vision for America. But this is not a vision that Americans want. We are living in a moment when the checks and balances upon which we have historically relied have begun to buckle. And we here know that when the checks and balances ultimately collapse, if Congress fails to do its part, or if the courts fail to do their part, or if both do their part, but the president defies them anyway, well, friends, that is called a constitutional crisis. And that is a crisis that will eventually impact everyone. Because it would mean that the rules that protect our fundamental rights and freedoms, that ensure each of us has a say about how our government works, will no longer matter. And if that happens, the one check, the one balance, the one power that must not fail is the voice of the people. Look, right now I know a lot of folks are wondering what's going to guide us through this moment. How are we all going to figure out how to chart the course? But that's not a reason to throw up our hands. In fact, please allow me, friends, to digress for a moment. Okay. It's kind of dark in here, but I'm asking a show of hands. Who saw that video from a couple of weeks ago? The one of the elephants at the San Diego Zoo during the earthquake? Google it if you've not seen it. So that scene has been on my mind. Everybody asks me what you've been thinking about these days. Well, so in the video, for those who haven't seen it, here those elephants were. And as soon as they felt the earth shaking beneath their feet, they got in a circle and stood next to each other to protect the most vulnerable. Think about it. What a powerful metaphor. Because we know those who try to incite fear are most effective when they divide and conquer, when they separate the herd, when they try to make everyone think they are alone. But in the face of crisis, the lesson is don't scatter. The instinct has to be to immediately find and connect with each other, and to know that the circle will be strong. So I'll end with this. I am not here tonight to offer all the answers, but I am here to say this. You are not alone, and we are all in this together. And straight talk, things are probably going to get worse before they get better. But we are ready for it. We are not going to scatter. We are going to stand together, everyone a leader, and emerge. You have a special role to play. Organizing is as important as ever. Mobilizing is as important as ever. Running for office is as important as ever. So please, everyone here, please keep doing what you are doing. And to everyone, let's lock it in. Lock it in.
Oh my God.
Hard work ahead. And please, always remember, this country is ours. It doesn't belong to whoever is in the White House. It belongs to you. It belongs to us.
there you have it. Former Vice President of the United States, the first woman to become the Vice President of the United States. Most people seem to forget she was the first woman to become the Vice President of the United States. But that is facts, okay? And that is Kamala Harris. And of course, some people say she might even allegedly be drunk on stage right now. Who knows, ladies and gentlemen? All right. I don't want to say nothing about Kamala Harris. She's most likely going to run for gubernatorial election in California, or she might come back in 2028 for another presidential run, maybe against JD Vance or RFK or whoever. But she's not leaving. It's most likely Democrat Party. They only have AOC. Bernie Sanders is not technically in a Democrat Party, but he's affiliated. So Kamala is coming back either to become the governor of California, which I think California deserves Kamala Harris. All right. Shamelanier the God.
I'm sparring with ABC News anchor Terry Moran on his best issue with voters, deportations. Things getting pretty heated over the ongoing case of alleged MS-13 gang member Kilmar Abrego Garcia. Watch it here.
You could get him back. There's a phone on this desk.
I could.
But the court has ordered you to facilitate that.
I'm not the one making this decision. We have lawyers that don't want. He had MS-13 on his knuckles tattooed.
Oh, he had some tattoos that are interpreted that way.
It says MS-13.
That was Photoshop.
You want me to show you the picture?
I'm not an expert.
Abrego Garcia is not the only immigration story the press is focused on. There are many, but Charlemagne the God blasting the media and accusing them of misleading the public over a report that the Trump administration is deporting children with cancer. Watch.
I do think when the media has that conversation, we can't rage bait, though. Because, you know, every time they say it, they'll be like, oh, a 2-year-old got deported, a 3-year-old got deported, but they're not telling the whole story of their parent was here illegally, and so the parent got deported, and so they sent the child with them. Because when I hear it, I'm like, why the hell would they deport a 2-year-old? Why would they deport some child with cancer?
All right. Hey, Greg, just before we get your comments, this little gem came in from a congressman from Georgia. His name is Hank Johnson. Watch.
First, they came for the Latinos.
And this is the thing. When you see influential Democrat like the Breakfast Club legend, him saying that, oh, he heard that they were deporting 2 years old, 4 years old. No, they're deporting their illegal status parent. But of course, you cannot leave a minor without parents. So they had to take their kids. And the border czar, Tom Homan, and Kristi Noem, they've said these people can come back. The U.S. citizens can come back when they can. Or if they have a guardian or someone who can take care of them here in the United States, they're welcome to stay. But, of course, the media is going to say Trump is deporting kids now.
Outside of the Home Depots. And I didn't say anything about it because I'm not a Latino at the Home Depot. Then they came for the Hispanic-looking folks wearing hats backward with tattoos. I didn't say anything about that because I don't wear my hair backward. And I don't have any tattoos, and I don't look like a Latino.
All right, Greg.
Then they came for this stupid congressman.
I was just thinking,
that
I wish
would
I
be
was
so
sitting
much
next
better
to
with
you.
bongos, Dana. We needed to put bongos under that.
Give me your thoughts.
Well, let's simplify it. The letters and the numbers are labels that translate the symbols on his knuckles. The reporter tried to say that the labels were the tattoo, an intentional deception to make you think he's a gang member. No, we know he's a gang member.
We
Those
know
numbers
he's a
above
gang member.
aren't even the same typeface.
Oh,
Let me
God.
put it this way. Can you put us back in boxes for now, all of us in boxes? Okay, people at home, we're not really in boxes. It's just a production thing. That label was added on as a translated. What the newscaster tried to do was make it sound like, oh my God, the whole thing was doctored. No, it wasn't. But the real joke is that we are talking about the nature of the tattoo when we already know the nature of the thug. And because we know that he is a gang member, that he has a violent history, that there are police reports and there are court proceedings that cover this whole thing, we now have to shift this over onto, well, it's photoshopped. No. Do you honestly think the mafia walks around with Gambino crime family tattooed on their chest? How stupid are you? But the Democrats and the media have made him into their latest martyr. They never do the victims. They only do the victimizer, you know, whether it's a criminal, a human trafficker, a guy trying to play women's sports, doesn't matter. They always pick the wrong guy. In this case, this guy.
And Judge, he is from Georgia, and so is Laken Riley.
Yeah, well, I didn't hear him worried about her, which I think is probably the basis of your question. But if you will just indulge me, I have to do this. I am sick and tired of the issue of whether or not Abrego Garcia is an MS-13 gangbanger, okay? I had a gang unit as a prosecutor. It was one of the first in New York State. I had gang interpreters, gang investigators, and you identify a gang member by the colors or the tats, okay? And the gang interpreters have made it very clear that the marijuana on his finger is for M. And the S on his finger, or is not S, it's smiley face, is for the S. And the plus sign is equal to 1, and the skeleton is equal to 3. That's what a gang interpreter would tell you. The weed, the smile, the plus, and the skeleton means you're MS-13. End of the story, okay? Now, number 2, the guy comes here not as an illegal through the regular ports. He comes in as a getaway. He didn't want anyone to know he was coming in. He gets here, he beats his wife, not once, but twice. 2 orders of protection. Beats the hell out of her. Now we find out that there is a court document where the father of those 2 children, the mother of whom he was living with, goes to court and he wants to get his kids back because his wife is living with a gangbanger. Okay, and the time is very consistent with the time that she was living with Abrego Garcia. Now, we had 2 hearings. 2 judges said he's a gangbanger. And the only reason that there was a hold put on the deportation order, twice the deportation order was issued, is because he was fearful of a rival gang in El Salvador that would kill him. Okay, so I got to tell you, I don't know how much evidence you need, but this guy is an MS-13 gangbanger. And let me just finalize it with this. Obama deported 3 million people, 83% of which never got a hearing. No one ever complained about a hearing. No one said they needed due process. No one even said they needed to call a lawyer. This is bizarre. And if you buy into it, you're crazy. Sorry.
Jessica, earlier today, Hakeem Jeffries, the House leader of the Democrats, said he doesn't want people going down to El Salvador anymore. I mean, he didn't say not for vacation, but not to go and do this kind of stunt anymore. They must have numbers that show it's not working.
Well, we know that people's feelings about the economy are what decide elections. And he wants to be talking about cuts to Medicaid and cuts to Social Security. And that's a real debate that's going on within the party. But it is also clear that Van Hollen going down to El Salvador did move public opinion on this issue. By 2-to-1 margin, people think that Abrego Garcia should be returned to the United States. And the reason that people are talking about that exchange last night with Trump and Terry Moran about the tattoos is that we were all assured that no one was dumb enough to think that it was actually said MS-13, but it seemed like Trump actually did think that. And there have been a number of experts on gang tattoos, like and the cross,
then they're
and the
wrong.
smiley. Then they're okay.
They're wrong.
Our gang expert is better than these
prosecuted these cases.
That's fine. Either way, public opinion has shifted on this issue. In terms of the kids, the problem with those cases are that those mothers did not get to talk to their lawyers. One of them who had the 2-year-old, this is not the 4-year-old who had cancer, who supported with the 2-year-old, had 2 minutes on the phone to talk to her husband to try to figure out what would happen to her American child. And so, yes, like any mother, they said, I will take my kid with me rather than leave them in a system where I don't know what's going to happen to them. I think we can all agree that you should be able to talk to your lawyer before you are deported, especially with your American citizen child. The New York Times has a really interesting deep dive piece out today on the El Salvadorian president, Bukele, and the prison. And what it exposes is that actually he was uncomfortable with the arrangement once he figured out that Donald Trump was sending people to his prison who had not been convicted of any crime. We know as well that there's reporting that up to 75% of the people that have been sent there have not been convicted of a crime. So think about this. The guy who refers to himself as the world's coolest dictator is uncomfortable with what we are doing to people. This isn't about deportations. This is about sending people to a foreign prison camp without getting a hearing and without being convicted of anything. And that's why Americans' public opinion on the immigration policy has shifted.
The conviction is not the requirement.
Let me
really
correct
saying
something that
what
I
you're-
said.
Okay,
Because Hakeem Jeffries apparently denies that he doesn't want people going to El Salvador. So maybe, Jesse, he thinks it's a good idea. I don't know. But his office denies this report that he said don't go down to El Salvador anymore. Just for the record, Jesse,
no one else is going.
to you.
No one else is going because it's stupid. And I'm sorry, Jessica,
Oh
I
my
love you,
God.
but I don't believe anything you say anymore.
What
You're wrong about everything. Every
I'm
time
wrong
you
about
come up with
nothing.
these things, first he's a Maryland dad, then actually he does have
Then he was
tattoos that
working
spell
at Home
MS-13.
Depot.
Yeah, and then there's this other tattoo expert that you have. I thought we were supposed to trust the experts, right? And all these experts say this guy's a gangbanger, and you don't trust the experts. Let me ask you this. When a guy hangs out with MS-13 and gets picked up in a gang sweep, how is it that the MS-13 ranking gang members are allowing a non-gang member to hang out with them?
New
Don't
friend.
you think that's a little bit of a security risk, Jessica? That's like when the feds raid a Gambino gambling den. And do you think it would be believable if some Italian guy was like, I'm not in the mob? Yeah, they're just letting random guys play cards in a gambling den with a bunch of mafioso. Use your brain, Jessica. And I don't even believe you this 2-year-old nonsense. Oh, you just listen to what the lawyers for these migrants tell you. And then the day later, it's all wrong. You know what the protocol is? When you pick up an illegal, you don't know this. I'll tell you this for the first time. When you pick up an illegal and they happen to have their kid with them, they get a choice. Do you want to be deported with your child, or you can assign a family member or a guardian here in the United States to leave the child there? That's the choice. And if you don't like the law, then go to Congress, change the law. Because otherwise, you just get women here, coming here, breaking through the border, having babies, and they all get to stay because you feel bad. I'm sorry. You can feel bad about a lot of things, but I'd rather follow the law.
Yeah.
All right, Jesse. I ain't even got to say nothing because Jesse already nailed it. Okay, he nailed it.
Greg Gutfeld, along with Judge Jeanine Pirro, Jessica Tarloff, Jesse Waters, and she lists the 7 dwarves as her emergency.
All right, so as we know, ABC interviewed the OG, the 45th, now the 47th president of the United States. And of course, the 5 definitely want to say something about that. Let's listen.
Getting a head start in the next 100 days by showing America how the sausage is made. DJT hosting a 2-hour-long cabinet meeting.
More GDP, and this is, you probably saw some numbers today. And I have to start off by saying that's Biden. That's not Trump, because we came in on January, this is quarterly numbers.
Well, Mr. President, I don't think I have ever worked so hard to try to fire myself.
They say I wear a lot of hats.
We all want to thank you for your help, too. Yeah. You really have sacrificed a lot. Been treated very unfairly. You're invited to stay as long as you want. At some point, I guess he wants to get back home to his cars.
Trump also celebrating 100 days of kicking the left's butt, Jessica, by going back on the rally circuit, doing a signature dance in Michigan while basking in the glow of the MAGA maniacs. And it wouldn't be vintage Trump if he wasn't smacking the liberal media silly.
They're giving you the big break of a lifetime. You know, you're doing the interview. I picked you because, frankly, I never heard of you, but that's okay.
You think Vladimir Putin wants peace?
I think he does, yes.
Do you trust him? Do you trust him?
I don't trust you. I don't trust a lot of people. I don't trust you. Look at you. You come in all shooting for bear. You're so happy to do the interview.
I am
And
happy.
then you start hitting me with fake questions. We had a president that was grossly incompetent. You knew it, I knew it, and everybody knew it, but you guys didn't want to write it because you're fake news.
All right. Thank you.
And by the way, ABC is one of the worst. I have to be honest with you.
So, Dana, you look lovely outside.
Thank you.
That's great. Okay, enough phony stuff. I want to start with that interview right there. I think, like, after the Biden cover-up, it's not Trump that's being tested. It's the media that has to be tested. He has nothing to prove. They do. And I think that's how he structures these interviews. He has nothing left to say to them. They have to prove to him that he's unbiased.
Well, I think that it does say something about President Trump. He is literally willing to talk to anybody. And they've had an incredible push for their 100 days. And I know it's a media construct, but you know what? Use what you have. Use the tools at your disposal. And so that's the one that they tried with this one. ABC News, interesting choice. He didn't go with David Muir or Lindsay, who did the debate, if you'll remember that one. But I do think I admire him for wanting to get out there, being willing to take the interview. It's interesting to me that Terry Moran said yes, right? Because you know going in that this is a possibility, and I think we got something out of it. But on the Biden point in particular, ABC News was the chosen entity for all sorts of news from the Biden administration.
Right.
Listen to their podcast called Start Here. They were always having Mayor Pete. He would go on to talk about something specific coming on. If you had something from the Department of Energy, then they would have that guy come or that woman come on. It was always ABC News who got the story. But the question is, Greg, to your point, like, how did they miss the story? And then everybody acted like it was a surprise on June 27th, 2024, when Biden and Trump debated. So, yes, they have a hole of their own to crawl out of when it comes to numbers. I remember one time being at the White House years ago, and a reporter said, your numbers are terrible. Your poll numbers are terrible. What is President Bush going to do? And I was able to say there's only two entities in Washington with lower approval numbers than us, Congress and the media. And it's only gotten worse.
Well said. You know, Jesse, Trump keeps rolling along. To him, 100 days is just a number, like Pritzker's weight or your IQ. Do you think he pays attention to this stuff?
Yeah, that's why he had a rally, a sit down with ABC, and a cabinet meeting. I mean, he did more in one day than Biden did in 100. But I just want to know where the bad hombre mugshots are behind Dana. Did you do something, Dana, with the mugshots?
I literally just got through security. I didn't have time to do anything.
Okay, good. So, yeah, he's busy. There's no lids. There's no doctor checking to see if he has Alzheimer's. The vice president's not lining up judges to swear in case the president drops dead. The vice president's doing what he should be doing, trying to steal Greenland. And so right now we're in a really good place. He's crushing it on culture. He's crushing it on the border, and he's crushing it on waste, fraud, and abuse. And the rest of the agenda, we're waiting on deals. Peace deals, trade deals, tax deals. And I wouldn't doubt that these deals are going to get done because he's already done a lot. He's already done a deal with Panama to kick China out. He's done deals with big law firms. They're now like funding him to the tune of hundreds of millions of dollars. We did a deal with Boeing to get new fighter jets. We got deals galore. This is what he loves to do. And you're right. He talks to anyone, Greg. Bill Maher. He even talks to you. He even did exclamation point. Now, ABC's in trouble. That was the worst thing I've ever seen. They couldn't do it with Muir because his fact checks all backfired at the debate. They couldn't do it with Stephanopoulos because he couldn't keep his mouth shut, and he caught the brass $15 million, and now it's funding the presidential library. So they went with a third stringer. And the third stringer came in way too hot. Trump does his best when he's confronted, and he just steamrolled this guy. You know what I would have done if I was ABC? I would have had Stephen A. do it. He's a Disney guy. He's an ABC guy. Put Stephen A. in there, and that's a great interview.
Interesting point, Jesse. I'm lying. Judge, there's criticism from the media that these cabinet meetings are too deferential. What do they expect to happen in a meeting with the president? Are they supposed to throw punches?
Yeah, they're supposed to say, Mr. President, we don't like you. We don't want this job. But, look, the amazing part of the cabinet meetings is that this cabinet, they really like each other. You could tell, and they say it. They talk to each other all the time, if not several times a day. They are totally in sync. They are working together toward one agenda. They are following through on the president's promises that he promised America that he would make sure that the border would be closed, that he would turn the economy back. And as we watch with Biden, as industries crumbled and there was unfair trade and there was cashless mail and all of these crazy things that were happening that caused prices to go up. This president comes in and he's got a team behind him of people who want to support him, whether it's politically or economically or in terms of trade or in terms of education, civil rights. They're all on the same page. And you know what? For all of the criticism that he has taken over these 100 days, with DOGE, it's going to be terrible. Name one person who didn't get their Social Security check. One person who got thrown off of Medicaid. I mean, it's all scare by the Democrats to try to make sure that people don't accept anything that the president's doing. And by the way, consumer spending is up 1.8%. Business investment is up 21.9%. when Biden left it down by 5.6%, which makes it a 28% increase. Disposable personal income is up. So you've got this president who has done things in 3 months that the Democrats caused the problems for, and he's just trying to come back. But be rest assured, firm convictions, he's not backing down. It's what he ran on, and he's not going to slow down.
Jessica, you get the remaining 20 seconds to respond. What do you make of the judge's analysis? I don't see any holes in it.
I see a few. It's like, is it Swiss cheese? That's the holiest of all the cheeses. She's looking at me and smiling at me. We just have to keep looking ahead. So those of you at home know we're still friends. I heard he has nothing to prove. The cabinet's totally in sync and he's crushing it. And if any of that were true, he wouldn't be out there lying about everything from election results to how his first 100 days has been. It is the worst first 100 days for a president in 70 years.
That's not true.
And it's objectively true, actually.
No, it's not objectively true.
And we can't interrupt when we're in... No, it's based on the data on approval rating. That's what it's based on. The approval ratings for all of the presidents, and his being the lowest. The GDP number today was negative 0.3%. It was 2.4% in Biden's last quarter. That's why he was out there today freaking out. That's why he's posting about the stock market and saying this is Biden's stock market when he took responsibility for it on January 29th. And he said, oh, this is my stock market. Now he doesn't want it anymore. And to quote the philosopher king, Dave Portnoy, don't piss down my back and tell me it's raining. This is Donald Trump's stock market. This is his economy. And the tariffs that he's implementing are destroying the economy. He could have just come in and continued on the course that we were and made some modifications. You want to put more tariffs on China? Probably get a lot of Democratic support for that. But coming in and doing these blanket tariffs and blowing up our system, we have ports that are empty as a result, waiting for those ships to come in. They can't come here. We're going to have shelving problems by the end of May. I guess his platform is, I'm kind of the Grinch. Did you hear him talking about Christmas time and how many dolls you're going to get? So the little girl, she was going to get 30 dolls, but now she's only going to get 2 dolls. The man who brought back Christmas isn't going to deliver for little Cindy Lou Who.
Well, you know what? This is like we're not getting Social Security. You're not getting
There was a man in Seattle who didn't get his Social Security, by the way.
Joe Biden, in 2 consecutive quarters, had a decline of 1.6 and 0.9. Okay, we're talking about 0.3. Give the man a chance to remedy the economy.
0.4% in 3
remedy
years.
the economy. Look, the Democrats are the ones who are willing to give everyone the money for AID and USAID, green energy, NGOs, all the scams. Trump is putting an end to it. And you know what? Everything's going to be a golden age, Jessica, and you know it.
Oh my God. I gotta say this though. Jessica, she's bold to be able to sit between four different conservative who definitely support Trump with everything they've got. And she stands her ground. And this is what it should be. You know, we should be able to say what we feel and things that we want to say. Okay? We should be able to say our own opinions, and I respect her opinion as well, even though I do not agree with her.
So now, you know, what's going on Capitol Hill, they're trying to figure out how to bring forward the big thing, the big, beautiful bill, which Donald Trump has been talking about, ran on extending the tax cuts from 2017 and stuff like that. You mentioned Scott Bessent. Apparently, he and Kevin Hassett met with senior members of the Senate and the House on Monday. And what they told them was that Donald Trump wants part of the tax bill to also include bringing manufacturing jobs back to the United States, which, you know, you went down the laundry list of all these big companies. The problem is that's going to cost a lot of money, and they didn't think that the president was serious about that. They thought the president wanted to be able to deduct car interest. They knew that, but that's one of the provisions that they said, you know, they should get a tax deduction if they buy a car made that's completely built in the United States and also 100% expensing, which businesses would love. But now the senators are going, we don't know where that money's going to come from. And that is one of the reasons it's going so slow right now.
I think the big thing is that you see the Republicans rolling up their sleeves. They're having this debate. They're trying to deliver on what the president wanted to get done. And the Democrats are acting like complete fools. Just look at the Democratic senators last night while the Republicans are working. This is what they're doing.
Another marathon speech.
Yep.
This week marks the 100th day of Donald Trump's second term as president of the United States. It's been 100 days from hell, chaos, corruption, costs. Okay. It's chaos, one fiasco after another.
In 100 days, what can a president accomplish? The last 100 days, President Trump has made Americans less safe, less prosperous, and less free.
Today, I am reading into the congressional record 100 reports of corruption from Donald Trump's first 100 days in office. Trump and his administration have paved the way for the president, his top officials, and his billionaire buddies to personally feed at the trough of government corruption. So, count with me.
There we go.
So, what a boring
they don't have a
PowerPoint
message.
presentation from these.
Right. When in doubt, have a sit-in, sing along, a protest, curse a lot. And that's all we know. They're not happy. So obviously,
I want more sing-alongs. Right. The sing-along's more interesting than that.
Hi-ya, 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 hi-ya.
Absolutely. Right there. Right, but the thing that you pointed out, too, they were clapping along or tapping their thighs.
Yes.
I think you should make a choice. Clap or hit your thighs. As long as you don't hit other people's thighs.
Right.
I can't get enough of that video. Sean started his show last night with it.
Right.
It's great.
It's crazy. It's like, when in doubt. It's so anti-American. When in doubt, sit.
Right.
You know, I want to take action. I just got to sit down a while. And just kind of ramble on. Anyone got anything to sing?
Well, this was one of their messages last night. It made Americans, Donald Trump has made Americans less safe, less prosperous, and less free. Less safe. He's closed the border. Illegal encounters are down 95%. They do not have a message. The Democrats are saying he's going to take away your Medicaid. And we can talk about this today when we have some guests that are coming up that know specifically that Donald Trump has never said that, has never wanted to do that. But Chuck Schumer was on the floor saying, if you have loved ones, I've gone to all the Republican districts in New York, and some of them have loved ones in nursing homes and in hospitals, and they're worried he's going to take away their Medicaid. So they're trying to run on that, and they're trying to run on the billionaire thing. Donald Trump just wants to make billionaires richer. No, he wants to make everyone richer.
Sure. So here's Senator John Kennedy. He thinks he's picked up a trend.
The Democratic Party today is not defined by its principles. It's defined by one thing. It's hatred of President Trump, even when he's right. For example, in the first 100 days, President Trump secured the border. the Democrats were opposed. In his first 100 days, President Trump started deregulating the economy. The Democrats were opposed and are opposed. The president, in his first 100 days, has backed Israel. He stood up to China. He stood up to Iran. The Democrats are opposed.
I mean, it's so ridiculous, some of the stuff they're suggesting. So the new message is the president and his administration are just picking people up. They're just Now, they won't tell you that it's the criminals that have been harassing Americans, killing people, murderers and all that. Then Michelle Obama goes on her podcast and she goes, it's keeping her up at night.
She can't sleep.
Now, she has a JD. If she was so concerned about it, she could go work at an immigration law firm.
Pro bono.
Get some, and deliver for these people. Now, some of these people, her husband actually deported, and they came back to the country.
350,000.
So it was totally okay when her husband was, or maybe she disagreed with her husband.
Yeah.
Maybe she was upset about that. But all of a sudden, they can't sleep at night, but they had no problem sleeping when they were murdering American citizens in this country. It's just weird to me.
When I got word that the human trafficker was in El Salvador, I was tossing and turning.
Right.
And my Oura ring picked it up.
Right.
And
You need some Relaxium.
absolutely, made some Relaxium. Didn't have the deep sleep, got plenty of REM. More on that later. But it's amazing.
Yeah.
People are, what keeps you up at night? Everyone keeps using that.
Last night, President Trump played that video that he has of all of them being
He loves
deported
that,
and then
yeah.
going to the prison.
It's a
And
great-
everyone started chanting, USA, USA.
Right. I want to talk about it later, I know, but I think the key to success for Democrats is Governor Whitmer.
Yeah.
I know
She's
she didn't
doing
plan on
better.
She was
speaking
on stage
yesterday,
last night.
but she's like, he's in my city, he's in my state, and he's talking to the military. I'm going to show up, right? And that's what you do. I'm different from him. I would be a different president, but I don't hate everything he's doing.
Yeah.
To me, I thought that was the path that we usually go on.
Well, the good thing was she didn't hide her face. She was very proud to be there because she had gone to
that was
White
the
House.
craziest reaction ever.
And we're going to show you some of that video in a little bit. Nonetheless, the message from the Democrats is we don't have a message other than Trump bad. Trump very bad, and he's 100 days.
And this is why they lost the election in 2024, because their strategy was to say to the voters, Trump is a bad person. Do not vote for Trump. Vote for Kamala Harris. Why? Because Trump is a bad person. And then you turn around and copy his policies like no tax on tips, no tax on overtime. And yet you're saying he's the bad guy. That's why you lost in 2024. And this is why I project that they're going to lose in 2028. Because you cannot keep running on he's the bad guy. You were just in power for 4 years. Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, they had 4 years. What happened? High inflation, high mortgage rate. Water was a disaster. Ukraine and Russia, Israel and the Palestinian people. Iran is technically now threatening that nuclear situation going on in Iran. So it's like all of these happened under 4 years. But you want to run on the fact that Trump is a bad person. So do not vote for him. Vote for us. Why? Because Trump is a bad guy. That's not going to work.
Is bad. And so what they're doing now is they're simply looking to the next person. Who's
Wheeling
the next
out the
person
big
gonna be?
guns.
Well, it sounds
Kamala.
like, yeah, Kamala is the last person. And tonight, she's going to be doing a speech in San Francisco for Emerge America. It's a candidate training program that backs Democratic women.
Okay.
And it was created. Here's the thing.
I got to write that down
It was,
because if I forget this.
you can have my notes when I'm done.
Okay, good.
It was created after she ran in 2003 for San Francisco's DA.
Right.
And she won.
Glory days.
Because she ran against a white man. And so that
the worst.
organization
I've
was
met them.
inspired, and it came out, and now she's back. She's going to raise money for him.
I'm Steve Doocy. I'm Brian Kilmeade.
Ooh. People are saying Trump poll is falling, which is cap.
President Trump sparring with ABC News anchor Terry Moran on his best issue with voters, deportations. Things getting pretty heated over the ongoing case of alleged MS-13 gang member Kilmar Abrego Garcia. Watch it here.
You could get him back. There's a phone on this desk.
I could.
But the court
but
has
he's
ordered
not.
you to facilitate that.
Court has
I'm
ordered
not the one making this
president.
decision.
And that's another thing. Like, can the court actually order the president of the United States to do something? Like, order. Now you can say, well, this is what we're ruling for or ruling with or whatever. But like saying the court has ordered the president to do something, that's like, especially when it comes to immigration, anything that concerns national security belongs to the executive power.
Have lawyers that don't want. He had MS-13 on his knuckles tattooed.
Oh, he had some tattoos that are interpreted that way.
It says MS-13.
That was Photoshop.
You want me to show you the picture?
I'm not an expert.
Abrego Garcia is not the only immigration story the press is focused on. There are many, but Charlemagne the God blasting the media and accusing them of misleading the public over a report that the Trump administration is deporting children with cancer. Watch.
I do think when the media has that conversation, we can't rage bait, though. Because, every time they say it, they'll be like, oh, a 2-year-old got deported, a 3-year-old got deported, but they're not telling the whole story of their parent was here illegally, and so the parent got deported, and so they sent the child with them. Because when I hear it, I'm like, why the hell would they deport a 2-year-old? Why would they deport some child with cancer?
All right. Hey, Greg, just before we get your comments, this little gem came in from a congressman from Georgia. His name is Hank Johnson. Watch.
First, they came for the Latinos outside of the Home Depots, and I didn't say anything about it because I'm not a Latino at the Home Depot.
Illegal. You don't know this. I'll tell you this for the first time.
We're seeing that.
That's right now. So far, the president has signed at least 142 executive orders, confirmed 21 cabinet members.
A code talker from
We're for common sense. We like strong borders. We like good education. We like low interest rates. We like being able to buy a beautiful car. And now deduct the interest on the loan. That's never happened before. In 100 days, we have delivered the most profound change in Washington in nearly 100 years.
So if you're taking a list right now, so far the president has signed at least 142 executive orders, confirmed 21 cabinet members, saved $160 billion with DOGE, and decreased border encounters by 94%. Mark.
Okay, so somebody just said, well, the Supreme Court can order the president. So here it says, can the Supreme Court actually order the president of the United States? The answer is yes. The Supreme Court can order the president to take specific actions or stop certain actions as part of their power of judicial review. This power allows the court to strike down the presidential actions that is deemed unconstitutional or contrary to law. Now, moving forward, it says here specifically, while the president is expected to comply with the court orders, there are situations where enforcement might be complex. Enforcing those orders might be complex. So, example, immigration, because immigration literally is a national defense situation. So that belongs to the executive power. The court has their own power. The judicial has their own power. However, executive chain has their own power as well.
Thiessen is a Fox News contributor, former speechwriter for George W. Bush. Mark, thanks so much for joining the program this morning.
Good to be with you.
I guess you could say the border numbers are his best numbers so far.
Yeah.
Oh, 100%. He's got an A+ on the border. I mean, remember that Joe Biden said, I can't secure the border unless Congress passes a bipartisan border bill. Well, Congress didn't pass the border bill, and Trump shut it down, not in 100 days, in a few weeks. Completely shut down the border. It's an unmitigated success. And now he's doing what the American people asked him to do. New York Times poll, 86% want to round up and deport all the illegal migrants with criminal records. And he's doing exactly what 86% of the American people want. And the Democrats are opposing him. So, that's probably not the smartest strategy.
So one of the things that the Trump administration now is talking about is the economy. I know people are standing by for the tariffs and the big, beautiful bill. But when you look in the first 100 days, they've created 345,000 jobs. Veteran unemployment rate is down from 4.2% in January to 3.8% in March. Prescription drug prices have gone down 2%. Gas prices are down 7%. Energy prices are down 2%. And foreign and private investment of $5 trillion. Is that something they need to talk about more?
Absolutely. Look, the gas prices, he said, in some places is less than $2. Everyone's paying less at the gas pump. Everyone's paying less at the grocery store. Now, people are bracing for the effects of the tariffs, and his poll numbers on the economy are not good. But that's because he's got a lot of things in play right now. I mean, you look at the tariff situation. When he was president in 2018, he went to the European Union and the G7 and said, how about this 0-for-0 tariff deal? And they were like, there was crickets. Nobody was interested. All of a sudden now they're coming to him and saying, hey, how about a 0-for-0 tariff deal? The only reason is because he started the trade war. He started the tariff war. And so this is going to play out over the next next few months. If in the next few months he gets 75 trade deals and passes a comprehensive tax reform bill that spurs economic growth, his numbers on the economy are going to skyrocket. So this is a work in progress, and he's in the early stages of it.
So the president, I think part of the reason the numbers are down in some respects is the negative coverage that's been coming from the media. I mean, he gives them all a shot, even the ones that don't like him, and they still only give him negative coverage. Yesterday, I found this exchange interesting. It was a conversation on ABC about Pete Hegseth. This is the question they posed to the president. Let's watch.
You have 100% confidence in
I
Pete
don't have
Hegseth?
100% confidence in anything. Okay, anything. Do I have 100%? It's a stupid question. Look,
it's a pretty important position.
No. You don't have 100%. Only a liar would say I have 100% confidence. I don't have 100% confidence that we're going to finish this interview.
I mean, it is so true. What was he going to say? 90 or 30%? But if you look at the coverage, though, Mark, when it comes to RFK Jr., 89% negative coverage. Elon Musk, 96%. Pete Hegseth, 100% negative coverage?
That's just wild.
Yeah, look, the media is in part of the opposition. They're part of the resistance. But I think the thing is, Americans factor this into their viewing of the coverage right now. There's an Edelman Trust Barometer poll for 2025 that just came out. 7 in 10 Americans say that the media is pushing an ideology rather than trying to inform the public. They get it. So it's not that the media is not going to impact people's views of Donald Trump. What's going to impact people's views on Donald Trump is if the tariffs produce trade deals, if he passes the big beautiful bill, if he cuts their taxes and eliminates taxes on tips, taxes on overtime, taxes on caring for elderly. If he delivers on all those promises, nobody's going to care what ABC News asks him when he's in an interview.
It's so true. They bypassed him the last election as well because he went straight to the American people. Mark, thanks so much for getting up this morning.
Exactly. Take care.
You too.
On his knuckles, he had MS-13.
There's a dispute.
Well, wait a minute. He had MS-13 on his knuckles tattooed.
He had some tattoos that are interpreted that way. But let's move on.
Wait a minute. Hey, Terry.
He did not have the letter MS-13.
It says MS-13.
That was Photoshop.
Do you want me to show you the picture?
I saw the picture.
And you think it was Photoshop? Well,
here we go.
Don't Photoshop it. Go look at his hand. He had MS-13.
He did have tattoos that can be interpreted that way. I'm not an expert on them. I want to turn to Ukraine, sir. I want to get to Ukraine.
No. He had MS as clear as you can be, not interpreted. This is why people no longer believe the news.
All right, so things got tense last night during President Trump's first network interview since retaking office over
This picture President Trump shared of Kilmar Abrego Garcia's tattoos, the photo is being challenged as edited. The characters MS-13 would appear to have been added on if you see the original image that was posted by El Salvador's president. The tattoos themselves have not are not there. So former FBI Special Agent Nicole Parker is here to shed some light on this. So I'm obviously being very careful with my words because the White House seems to be denying that those pictures were photoshopped, but it would quite clearly look like they were added on after the picture was provided by the El Salvadoran president. So you tell me what we're supposed to make of this. Obviously a point of contention in that interview last night.
Well, first of all, I obviously have not seen the original photo, so I'm not in a position to make an official statement. But what I can tell you, based on what I'm seeing and what I've observed in that depiction of what you're seeing, obviously the first knuckle has marijuana, which is highly symbolic of drug use, drug affiliation, drug trafficking, which is what MS-13 is commonly involved in. Also, you see a knuckle that has a smiley face, and that is indicative also that is seen in different MS-13 gang tattoos that is almost mocking and making fun of death, of law enforcement. You also see a cross. And ironically, MS-13 gangs tend to sometimes mix violence with faith. They want a prayer of protection in the midst of protecting themselves as they are committing violent crimes and hurting others. And then, of course, you have the skull, which is symbolic of, death, intimidation, and fear. So regardless of, the semantics of it, those images and what I am seeing are, clear indicators of what you may see in an MS-13 gang tattoo. Obviously, there are different regions, there are different areas, there are different symbols that are used across different gangs. But this is something that in law enforcement, we do look at very closely. And Sandra, if you notice, it's a knuckle tattoo. That is a very clear indicator that they have no shame in being affiliated with this gang. That is a very strong outward demonstration of their commitment. Sometimes the tattoos are hidden by clothing, but this is a very clear statement that they have no problem and they are proud to be affiliated with this gang.
Okay, so there's obviously a lot of media reaction to this since it became such a point of contention in that interview last night. I guess The View took this one on the Photoshop question. Listen.
He doesn't even recognize his own fake images at this point. But here's what I watched the whole thing.
Did you?
And I'm really starting to feel sorry for him. He's over his head. The simplest questions he cannot answer. And then he turns on Terry Moran when he asks, "How dare you ask me a question I can't answer?" I mean, the guy, the guy is over his head.
Okay, so I can tell you this. Fox News Digital did reach out to the White House and Abrego Garcia's attorney for comment on the photos and the reported MS-13, the MS-13 on the knuckles, but they didn't immediately get replies to that. Obviously, all indications are that if that is indeed an authenticated picture of the original knuckles, without that, it looks like the photo did change. But put this in the context of how the media is addressing this individual and what should or should not happen to him with this administration.
Well, when I watched that clip that you just played from The View, and she is saying that President Trump is in over his head, I could not more strongly disagree with that statement. As someone who has worked in the FBI, who has worked violent crime, who has worked among some of our most violent criminals, President Trump's top priority is to make America safe again. And that is what he is attempting to do. And we have millions of people that poured into our country illegally across the border. And what we are trying to do is restore safety. As someone who has worked and taken violent criminals off of the street, this is something that you would think that all Americans would agree with. And so I actually stand behind President Trump wholeheartedly that we need to remove those individuals that are not here legally, and they are going through the proper processes. I watched that interview. He is doing what his lawyers recommend. And that is, in my opinion, as a law enforcement officer, we need to make America safe again. This individual is not known to be a honorable individual. His own wife had filed, a restraining order against him several years ago.
Well, regardless of the difference in the pictures, certainly the confirmed tattoos there are what experts are looking at and saying that there are a lot of indications of relation to that violent gang. Nicole, thank you very much for joining us on that. We appreciate your time.
Thank you.
All right,
Senior advisor to the Commissioner of U.S. Customs and Border Protection and former acting ICE director. Ron, always great to have you with us. So explain this in terms of what process is legally implemented, is what is supposed to be done for someone who comes into the country illegally in order to call them out on that and get them to go back home.
Well, there are various ways that people are that their crimes for crossing the border illegally could be addressed in the criminal court. They could be referred for federal prosecution. And then there's a whole administrative procedure as it relates to the immigration law. And there are exceptions at every turn in that group. And so there are ways where people, like under the expedited removal provisions, people can be sent back after, they're arrested by an immigration officer, and that's reviewed by their supervisor, and they're sent back. Along the Mexican border, along the Canadian border, we can send citizens back that voluntarily say that, yes, I admit that I'm here in the country illegally. I wish to go back without any further actions by the court or by the administrative procedures, and then they get sent back home that way. And so in the case, the most famous case, Abrego Garcia, he had a hearing, appealed the decision of deportation, and was ordered again by the judge. That is the process. There are no other process. But there are exceptions. There, under the Alien Enemies Act, which was part of the arsenal of layering, to protect the border and stop the invasion at the border, the Alien Enemies Act doesn't require a hearing. It's just a determination that there's a danger to the public and we're being invaded. So there are exceptions. You'll remember that during COVID, we talked a lot about Title 42. That's a public health order that was delegated to the front line so that they could expel people back into Mexico to prevent the spread of the virus from people coming from other countries that didn't have the vaccine or had outbreaks.
All right, I want to get your reaction to this. I thought this was an interesting moment in the cabinet meeting that we heard. Listen to the HHS Secretary, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., talking about the children in this country who the government has lost track of. Watch.
During the Biden administration, HHS became a collaborator in child trafficking and for sex and for slavery. And we have ended that, and we're very aggressively going out and trying to find these children, the 300,000 children that were lost by the Biden administration.
What's your reaction to what he says about the Biden administration being a collaborator in child trafficking and sex slavery?
Well, that'll be the record of the Biden administration. Chaos at the border and, deceiving the American public about what was happening at the border, crisis versus non-crisis, and children were the victims. They were facilitating the placement of children with people in the United States. We had no idea who they were and how they were vetted, whether parents would come to the border with their children, and they stopped the DNA testing to make sure, that the officials could make sure that these are actually families. Yeah. And so that has all changed. The nonsense is all gone. And now we're in a situation where we're looking backwards at those cases, trying to rescue and find those children and hold the criminals who traffic them to account.
Yeah, it's one thing to turn off the spigot at the border, but there are children here who need to be tracked down and found and brought to safety. Ron Vitiello, thank you so much. It's great to have you with us. Keep up the good work. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
One thing we gotta understand is it's not going to happen immediately. Of course, Trump says, I'm going to do it on day one, but it's going to take time. It's definitely going to take time. All right? Let's be patient and let this man cook.
Texas Senator Ted Cruz, you guys went at each other hard, rough, tough. It was a rumble, it was, bare knuckle brawl. And look at you now, you guys are best friends.
Yeah, look, we work hand in hand. In his first term, I was President Trump's strongest ally in the U.S. Senate. His second term, I'm still his strongest ally in the U.S. Senate. And I got to say, the first 100 days, it's breathtaking. We have never seen in more than 2 centuries of our nation's history a president hit the ground running as fast, as furious. There is a level of focus and sophistication in this second term that is qualitatively different from the first term. You look at the cabinet that had been nominated. This is a cabinet that is focused on change, focused on results. And let's take the border. A 99.9% decrease in illegal crossings in the first 100 days. It is staggering, and the phrase promises made, promises kept is a simple description of what's happened.
Look at Donald Trump in the interview with this guy from ABC. I don't even know who you are. I just know you're not George Stephanopoulos and the other guy, which was pretty funny in and of itself. But it was just a brutal takedown. They don't know how to handle him. The only thing they revert to is form, and that is they go back to hating Trump. And the negative stories for the first 100 days, 92% negative, 7.8% positive. And that tells you everything you need to know about why people don't trust them anymore. You experienced it in Texas.
Look, the corrupt corporate media is utterly dishonest. They've abandoned any pretense at being journalists. They are propagandists. They hate Trump. The Democrats in Congress, their dominating feature is hatred of Trump. They are the party of anger and hatred. Even Gretchen Whitmer, you showed her hugging him, which I guess she didn't know what else to do. But, you know, she was in the Oval Office just a few days earlier, and she held up a notepad to cover her face. It was the weirdest damn thing I've ever seen. If you don't want to be seen with Trump, don't go to the Oval Office. But like holding up a notepad, it is bizarre. And for some reason, look, we saw it at the State of the Union address where they would applaud for nothing. They weren't cheering for America. And you know, what seems to be happening in the Democrat Party is they're just getting more and more extreme. They're right now, the Democrat Party has gone all in, saying we are the party, the Democrats, of illegal aliens and gang members. That ABC interview where they're like, no, he didn't have MS-13 tattooed on his fingers. Well, he had a marijuana leaf, he had a smiley figure, that's MS. He had a cross, was exactly like a 1, and then he had a skull that's like a 3. And are they reporting news? Are they reporting facts? No. They're deliberately lying, but I'll tell you, Sean, the American people are seeing through their lies, and it's why the president was reelected with such strong support.
Well, let's go over this. We talked about illegal immigration. For the economy, he inherited a mess, just like on foreign policy. He inherited a mess. Senator Rubio, Secretary of State Rubio, is right on the money, is that, you know, for 50, 60 years, it's always been about every other country first, but our country. On the economy, between energy and, I believe, demanding free and fair trade and energy dominance and lower taxes and really helping working men and women with no tax on tips, Social Security or overtime. This is transformational. And once this starts to take hold, the president's right, we're still living under the Biden-Harris economy. I think those factored together are going to create an era of prosperity that I don't think most people are anticipating. We saw Reagan give tax cuts, doubling revenues to the federal government, 21 million new jobs, longest period of peacetime economic growth. We saw an 80% rise in the stock market under Trump the first time. Why would we expect less?
Listen, under Joe Biden, the Democrats, it was an absolute train wreck when it came to jobs, when it came to inflation, when it came to the federal government waging war on American energy and especially Texas oil and gas. All of that ended on January 20th. If you want more jobs, the two best levers government has are tax reform and reg reform. On reg reform, every day the Trump administration is repealing job-killing regulations. You know, just over a week ago, I brought the EPA administrator, Lee Zeldin, a good man who's repealing job-killing regulations day after day after day. I brought him out to West Texas, to the Permian Basin. You know something amazing, Sean? Lee Zeldin is the first EPA administrator in the history of the country to go to the Permian Basin, the #1 energy-producing region of the state. That is like the Ag Secretary having never gone to Iowa. That is like the Secretary of State having never gone to the United Kingdom. EPA administrators just destroyed jobs. With Trump, they're focused on jobs, and we're going to also extend the tax cuts. We're going to make them bigger and bolder. And on trade, look, the tariffs have given President Trump unprecedented leverage, and I hope and believe he's going to use that leverage to dramatically lower tariffs of our trading partners and to bring jobs back to America. That's a huge victory for American workers, and that's America first.
All right, Senator Cruz, as always, thank you.
Senator Cruz is a very outspoken person as well. And that's just the facts, yo. People don't give Trump his credit. They don't. They don't give this man his credit. But of course, liberals, Democrats, they don't think he should be the president right now. They believe Kamala Harris would have been the better president. I can't even understand it.
Ladies and gentlemen,
this right here is or was the second event he had yesterday. And this is a remark about investing in America.
the President of the United States.
100 days of any administration in American history. We're thrilled to welcome to the White House dozens of the world top leaders of all kinds, but in particular business leaders. And since the election, the companies represented in this room have collectively announced more than $2 trillion in new investments, and we have a total of close to $8 trillion all told. And there's never been anything like that in this country. We've never had anything close. I would say if you looked at the last administration, probably for 4 years they did maybe less than one. And we've done almost 8. I would say we'll be above 8 in a period of 2 months. So something happened. I think two things happened. November 5th happened, and November 5th gave you tariffs, intelligently used tariffs and various other forms of incentive. But it's really amazing. There's never been, I don't think there's ever been anything like this anywhere in the world. Together, we're going to bring back the most beautiful words. I always say made in the USA, the most beautiful words. We're going to have made in the USA like we haven't had before in a long time. In addition to the business leaders whose companies I will mention in just a moment, we have some great people, great senators. Marcia, where are you? Where are you, Martha? Marcia, thank you very much. Marcia Blackburn, Bill Cassidy. Bill, thank you, Bill. Ashley Moody. Ashley, thank you. And John Husted. John, thank you very much. And Representatives Byron Donalds, Buddy Carter, Rob Whitman, Mark Alford, Mike Rogers, Richard Hudson, and Abe Hamadeh. Thank you all very much. We have Mike Kehoe, governors, Jim Pillen, Kevin Stitt, Mike Dunleavy, along with numerous other members of my cabinet, and I want to thank you all for being here. How come my cabinet has such good locations? You should have given them up to the business leaders. We want their money, you know. They have very good locations. I'm not surprised. 100 days ago this week, we inherited the wreckage of 4 years of economic disaster under the previous administration. It was an economic disaster. It was a disaster at the border like nobody had ever seen before. And you probably see we've closed up the border 99.999%, meaning 3 people got in. 3. As opposed to hundreds of thousands of people coming in on a monthly basis, millions of people actually. There are periods where we had millions and millions of people pouring in on a monthly basis. We had 3 people. They buried companies in crippling regulations, waged war on American energy, pushed massive tax hikes, and gave us the worst inflation in the history of our country. In Biden's final year, the United States had the worst trade deficit ever recorded, and we lost 106,000 manufacturing jobs. Other than that, he's done a fantastic job. But now all that is changing, and all that's changing very fast because we finally have the president who wants to put our country first. You have a president who believes in America first. In the first quarter GDP numbers just out today, core GDP, now we're removing distortions from imports, inventories, and government spending, was up plus 3%. But this is Biden's economy because we took over on January 20th. And I think you have to get us a little bit of time to get moving. But this is the Biden economy. But we still had and we've had a lot of things happen since November 5th that helped this economy because it was indicating a strong private sector growth. And it only started after November 5th. The private sector started really heating up after the election. Even though I wasn't there, people knew what we were going to be doing, and the private sector growth was actually very good. Very importantly, gross domestic investment was up an incredible 22%, which they had never seen before. Every new investment, every new factory, and every new job created is a sign of strength in American economy and a declaration of confidence in America's future. We really do. We've never seen anything like this. Even Samsung, whose name isn't mentioned here, but I heard that they announced this morning that they're going to be building a very big plant because they want to be able to beat the tariffs. It's the only way to beat them. The entire Trump economic agenda is about making it easier to do business in America, to create jobs in America, to hire American workers, and to build your factories here in America, not in China or any other country. And we're dealing with many, many countries right now, I will say. And I think I can say for Scott and for Howard and for some of the people that are dealing, there are too many to handle. I mean, to be honest with you, I'd love to hire some of the people running these companies. Boy, would you do a good job. I could have Jensen negotiate. He'd blow my people away, wouldn't you? I think even Howard would say that. Howard would say, we'll take him. He'd blow them away. He would make deals. One deal would be the end. That would be it. But we've terminated the Green New scam. It was a scam. And halted tens of billions of dollars of money, wasteful deficit spending. It was like throwing money right out the window. And in the coming weeks, we'll pass the largest tax cuts in American history. And I think even more so, we'll be doing things for business like you've never seen before. You saw it in a little smaller version at the beginning of our last term. You know, we had the most successful 4 years that any president has ever had. The stock market was up 88%. The other markets were up almost 100%. And that's despite COVID and all the crazy things happening. But we had a tremendous 4 years. We're given credit for that, actually. But our big, beautiful bill, as I call it, our big, beautiful bill, we may name it that, actually, will include 100% expensing retroactive to January 20th. So that's all the way back to just about the beginning of the year. So expensing 1 year, you take a deduction 1 year so you can build your factories right now, essentially almost tax-free if you think about it. Nobody's ever been given that. And we're going to make that expensing for a 4-year period at a full 100%. So last time we made it 1 year and you had deductions, you'd go from 100% to 80 to 60 to 40 to 20 to Zippo. And now what we're going to do is we're going to keep it at that level, and we're going to have it for 4 years. So I believe that was one of the reasons that we had such unbelievable growth. Also, we allowed you to bring money back from outside of the country. It was impossible. You had to have 15 different law firms representing you. It was so complicated. And worse was that the tax rate was 65%. I lowered the rate substantially, but still a lot. You know, we shouldn't take your money just to hold you hostage, right? So we lowered it to a reasonable amount, and we took in trillions of dollars came back. Apple brought in a tremendous amount of money. A lot of the companies here brought in a lot of money, and the businesses represented today clearly understand that if you build your factory in the United States, your tariff rate is 0, and you have other advantages too, and not the least of which is what I just said having to do with the bill. Now, we have to get that bill approved, so call your local representative, please, and make sure that we get it approved, because I don't want to talk too early, but we're doing well with the Republican Congress. We have the Senate is doing great, and the House is doing great. John Thune has been spectacular. Mike Johnson Speaker has been spectacular. Marcia, you're in there working very hard and doing well. What do you think? Are we going to get it passed? We have to. Marcia, we don't get it passed, I'm blaming you. We have to. We have to get it passed. We will. I think we will. But I don't think we'll have any Democrat votes. If we don't get it passed, what would happen is your taxes go up 68%. Think of that. And we may not get one vote because they just vote against. It's Trump derangement syndrome, or maybe it's just they hate Republicans or they hate what we're doing because they've lost their confidence. They've totally lost their confidence. They don't know what the hell is going on. And we are going to get it done. It's probably going to be fully Republican. Fortunately, we have the House, we have the Senate. And we may or may not have a couple of grandstanders. I don't know. But if we do, it would be good if you could work on anybody. I mean, if I were a Democrat, I'd be voting for it 100%. Because I think it's very dangerous politically not to vote for it. Think of it, your taxes go up almost 68%. So, but it looks like we're in good shape, I think, and hopefully we'll get it approved. It'll be the biggest bill ever approved in the history of our country, and it'll be the biggest tax cut ever approved in the history of our country. And in addition to that, regulations, which I'm doing in and outside of the bill, will be as big or bigger than we did last time. We have the record for regulation cuts in the 4 years. We cut 4 times higher than any other president in a 4-year period. And we're talking about 8 years and 2-term presidents. We were 4 times higher than any other president in terms of regulation cuts. And I went to a friend of mine who happens to be in the room, one of the biggest business leaders. I won't mention him because I don't know, maybe he'll like it, maybe he won't. I said to him, so if you had your choice between the big tax cut last time and the big regulation cuts, which were the biggest, again, the biggest we've ever done, I would have said taxes, but he would have said regulation. I said, which was more important to you? And he said, if I could only have one, yeah, if you could only have one, he said, most important would have been regulation. The regulation was more important than the tax cut. And I mean, we cut your taxes from almost 40% down to 21%. Now we're bringing your taxes down from 21% to 15% if you build your product, make your product in the USA. So if you make it in the USA, those chips, those beautiful chips, will make those suckers in the USA, and you're going to be all the way down to 15%. And I think there's never been anything like it. So now we're at the lowest scale for a large country, by far the lowest scale. Our pro-jobs, pro-American economic policies are a major reason that businesses around the world have announced $5 trillion of investment since November 5th, and now we think it's up to plus $8 trillion, and they're really coming in. They're really coming in fast. Some of them don't bother calling us. Some of them don't even want meetings. They just start their plants and start their factories. I want to express my tremendous appreciation to the business leaders here. You are really an amazing group. This is a who's who. I don't want to say, there's an expression if something ever went off, the entire industry would be wiped out, but I won't say that. I want to think very positively, and that could never happen here, could it? But I want to congratulate you all on your incredible success and accomplishments. You've been amazing. You're the biggest and the best. So I'd like to introduce some of you, President and CEO of Hyundai, Jose Munoz. Jose, thank you very much. Fantastic. Jose is investing $21 billion, including $5.8 billion for a new steel plant in Louisiana, which is a beauty. I saw a picture of it, which is going to create at least 1,500 jobs, just the plant alone. Thank you very much, Jose. Beautiful. Chairman and CEO of global shipping giant CMA CGM, Rodolphe Sade. Thank you, Rodolphe. Thank you very much. Fantastic. Investing $20 billion in creating 10,000 new jobs at least. Thank you very much. That's fantastic. You'll be very happy. President and CEO of Toyota North America, Ted Ogawa, investing $88 billion. Where's Ted? That's fantastic. Thank you, Ted. That's fantastic. Ted's investing $88 million for car production at its West Virginia factory, which is a beauty. I've seen it, actually. Congratulations. Thank you very much for being here, Ted. Co-founder and CEO of Anduril, Brian Schimpf. Oh, Brian. Thank you, Brian. He's investing $1 billion for a new manufacturing facility in Ohio and display. Next to me is their 125-pound Roadrunner drone. Where is that little sucker? Where is it? Which is that? Whoa. That's a nasty-looking thing. That's a nasty. I look up there when I'm having dinner outside. I used to look up and see the moon. Isn't it beautiful? Now you see the moon, but you see drones all over the place. And I say, let's get the hell out of here. That's a good one, isn't it, huh? I can see it. CEO of Worldwide Amazon Stores, Doug Harrington. Thank you very much. Thank you, Doug, very much. Investing $4 billion this year alone, and I know they said they're going to be investing a lot over the next 2 years. We appreciate it very much. Thank you, and say hello to everybody. CEO of Venture Global, Mike Sable. Mike, thank you very much, Mike. Investing $18 billion in liquefied natural gas expansion in Louisiana. That's going to work out good. Thank you very much. President and CEO of Siemens USA, big company, Barbara Humpton. Thank you, Barbara. Thank you very much. Investing $285 million. Executive Global Chairman of Pratt Industries, friend of mine, Anthony Pratt. He's investing $5 billion. Thank you. Thank you, Anthony. I read a report today he's the richest man in Australia, but who the hell knows? Do you think you're the richest man in Australia? Close. I don't like to put you on the spot like that, Anthony, but that's pretty good. Thank you very much. That's great. $5 billion. Founder and CEO, Chobani Hamde Oliaka. Where are you? Thank you very much. Investing $1.2 billion. Thank you very much. CEO of Bell Brands USA, Yvonne Girard. Yvonne, thank you very much. Thank you very much. $350 million. President of Schneider Electric North America, Amar Paul. Amar, thank you very much. Investing $700 million for energy infrastructure in its largest investment in its 135-year history. Chairman and CEO of Johnson & Johnson. Oh, I know, I've heard of that company, huh? Yeah, my hair looks so beautiful because of your product. Joaquin Duato, $55 billion manufacturing plant and research and development and technology. Thank you very much, $55 billion. That's a lot. But you got to catch up with Apple and some of the others. We got to get you to make a little, one of the few companies that could do that, right? Chair and CEO of Eli Lilly, a great guy. Every time I talk to him about drug prices, he sweet talks me. He tells me about the middleman. The middleman keeps telling me about the middleman. By the time I leave the meetings, I was telling my people, I say, gee, he's giving us a great bargain. You know, but David, you have done some job. David Ricks, you have done some job. I'll see you later, too. $27 billion, doubling its manufacturing investment in the U.S., and he's got a very hot topic right now going, don't you? This stuff is doing really well, isn't it? Really hot company. Thank you very much, David. CEO of Novartis, Vas Narasimhan, and that's $23 billion. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Vas. CEO of Genentech, Ashley Mugargi, $50 billion. Whoa, that's a lot of money. Good, thank you, Ashley. That's a big one. CEO of AbbVie, Rob Michael, $10 billion. Thank you very much. Thank you, good company. President and CEO of Thermo Fisher, Mark Casper, $2 billion. Thank you, Mark, very much. Chairman and CEO of Merck, great company, Rob Davis, $9 billion. Thank you very much, Rob. Chairman and CEO of Abbott, Robert Ford, $500 million. Thank you, Robert. Chairman and CEO of a company called IBM. Arvind, where are you? Where are you? Thank you very much. That's fantastic. $150 billion. That's all? That's great. Thank you very much. You've done a great job. You've done a great job with that company, too, I'll tell you. Chairman and CEO of GE Aerospace, Larry Culp. Larry, thank you very much, Larry. And Larry's investing $1 billion in manufacturing across 16 states, and with us as we have the model of their F-110 engine, which I hear is like, I must tell you, I hear it's the hottest engine there is. You got a gold mine over there, Larry, which powers our nation's finest fighter jets and other jets. And your big engine is really something that I hear is beyond anything that has been produced yet. So good luck with it. And Larry, I think we're going to ask you to say a few words, actually. So come on up. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. It's an honor to be here representing all of my colleagues at GE Aerospace. We are today 125 years old, but we are inventing the future of flight. Today, we power 3/4 of the world's commercial airlines and nearly 2/3 of the U.S. military combat jets and helicopters. So what you see here with the F-110 powers 70% of the newest Air Force F-15s and the F-16s. I know you were in Michigan just yesterday. Yeah. This is the engine that will be under wing on the F-15EX Eagle II that the Michigan Air National Guard will soon be flying. We're excited about what's happening at our company. We're investing $1 billion this year, as the President said, across 16 states, not only in our manufacturing footprint, but with so many of the small and mid-sized businesses that constitute our supply chain. There's a lot happening. We're excited about it. Mr. President, thank you for what you're doing, not only to revitalize U.S. manufacturing, but helping ensure that the U.S. aerospace industry, one of our biggest net exporters, continues to lead the world in innovation. Thank you. Thank you.
Great job. And he has done a really great job. You took over a slightly troubled company, and now you've made it hot as a pistol. So that's really an amazing job you've done in a short period of time. Also with us is Chairman and CEO of SoftBank, Masa. Where's Masa? Masa, come on up here, Masa. Masa has pledged $200 billion plus another $500 billion with Oracle and OpenAI for a total of $700 billion. Thank you, Masa. Come on up, please.
Well, first time of Trump administration, we made an announcement, commitment, $50 billion. We delivered $70 billion over 4 years last time. This time, I tried to commit $100 billion, and President Trump said, "Oh, Masa, go for more." so we did the $200 billion commitment, and then right after that, we SoftBank, OpenAI, Oracle, and MGX together, we announced $500 billion investment. This is the largest investment for infrastructure in the United States, investment. And I think this is more than the scale. The importance is this is the largest infrastructure for the AI, which is the future of mankind, I believe. It's going to change every industry, every way of how our mankind's lifestyle of the future. I am committed. U.S. is the center of innovation. U.S. must continue the leadership of AI. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Masa. Been a friend of mine for a long time. These guys are mover. We got to say, you are really something. It's great. We appreciate it too. It's great spirit, great genius. Tim Cook from Apple is pledging, not only pledging, is committed to $500 billion. They're going to build plants all over the country, 7 or 8 different states. They've already started. And so I want to thank Tim. That's such a big investment for somebody that, had them pretty much in one location, as you know. Now they're coming into the United States, I believe, because of the spirit and the tariffs and the incentives. So that's Apple for $500 billion. And one of the most brilliant men that you'll ever meet, a man that's done in a short period of time something that is incredible. He's the founder, CEO, and president of NVIDIA, Jensen Huang. He's producing up to 500 billion over the next 4 years to manufacture the most powerful AI chips entirely in the USA for the first time ever. Jensen, would you come up and say a few words? This is a smart cookie.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's a great honor to be here. NVIDIA reinvented computing for the first time after 60 years. In fact, Ervin at IBM knows quite well that the computer has largely been the same since the 60s. The IBM System 360 described really quite perfectly the computer that we use today. Central processing units, operating systems, the separation of hardware and software, I/O subsystems, multitasking. All of the words that we use to describe computers today were really invented in 1964, the year after my birth. Well, after all this time, we've reinvented computers again. This is what a processor looks like. It's on the right there. People say it's a GPU. That's one GPU unit, and it's 70 pounds, 60,000 parts, 10,000 watts. In order to manufacture it requires probably a couple of hundred companies in the supply chain. It is so heavy that it requires robotics to do. It's so precise. And just to test a supercomputer requires a supercomputer. And we're going to build NVIDIA's technology, the next generation of that, all here in the United States. Without the president's leadership, his policies, his support, and very importantly, his strong encouragement. And I mean his strong encouragement. Frankly, manufacturing in the United States wouldn't have accelerated to this pace. Manufacturing isn't about low-cost labor anymore. Manufacturing is about technology. And most of the factories that build these systems today are the most advanced factories in the future. And we're going to use artificial intelligence and robotics and omniverse digital twin technology to make it possible for us to create the factories of the future. And we ought to build it right here. The really amazing thing is that this computer is the engine of a whole new industry. And this new industry is called artificial intelligence. And this new industry is a manufacturing industry in itself. That's a factory machine. Just as several hundred years ago, the dynamo was invented, water would come in and electricity would come out. Now electricity goes into this machine and incredible tokens come out, artificial intelligence. In order for this industry to thrive, we need to build these systems, of course, but we also need a progressive growth and industry-oriented energy policy, which this president has really put his weight behind. I really appreciate that. Without energy, we can't possibly have new growth industries. And we now have the backing of the administration, the backing of President Trump to support the creation of a whole new industry. This industry is going to enable a whole bunch of other industries. What we now call the AI infrastructure is going to revolutionize every industry that we know. All of the many CEOs in the room today are great partners of ours for that reason. We're working on artificial intelligence for many industries, from healthcare to drug discovery to life sciences, financial services, education, so many different industries. And that's going to be possible because we have the fundamental infrastructure here in the United States. And so I want to thank you, sir, for everything that you've done and the strong encouragement and the great policies that make it possible for us. Thank you, sir.
Very much. Thanks. Another brilliant man. You know, we have brilliant people here, and we like brilliant people, actually, but we have a lot of brilliant people in this group, and it's an honor to be with you. Past 100 days have been fighting to reclaim our jobs and bring our country back to a level that it's never seen before, and again, renew the American dream, which is what we're doing. We have tremendous spirit. I don't know if you've heard, but it's become really quite a story. I see Pete's right over here, Secretary of Defense. We have the largest number of new enlistees or people enlisting in the military forces that we've ever had. And if you remember, 6 months ago, we couldn't get anybody to sign up. That's a big turn in a very short period of time. And November 5th had a lot to do with that, and our Secretary of Defense and a lot of the people that you see sitting here really had a lot to do with that. There's great spirit. I can say that also with the police forces throughout the country. We're having a hard time filling them up. It's a dangerous job, but now we have waiting lists at almost every place. And that's an amazing accomplishment when you think. It's amazing. And when I first came here, you remember just 3 months ago, I came in and they started screaming. The fake news was screaming. They were going crazy about eggs. I don't know about eggs. What's with eggs? Tell me. They said, their cost is up 50%, and you won't have them for Easter. I said, well, I'll have to get onto it, but this isn't my problem. This is Biden's problem. I've only been here for 4 days. They're screaming at me about eggs like it was my fault. I just got here. Didn't know anything about it. We got it taken care of, and eggs dropped 87% in the last short period of time, and everybody had eggs for Easter. In fact, we had a big Easter egg hunt on the lawns. We had 48,000 people actually came, and we had a lot of eggs. I don't know how many, but there were a lot. We didn't use plastic. They said, could you use plastic eggs? This is in early January, and I see our Secretary of Agriculture is here. Would you stand up? You did a great job. You got me out of a lot of trouble. Brooke Rollins. She got me out of a lot because they were trying to blame me for eggs, and I didn't know anything about it yet. Explain it to me. But we had plenty of eggs, Brooke, right, for Easter. There was no dearth. And we have another man in the audience who's maybe the most important man in the room because he's the head of the Environmental Protection Agency, meaning he's the one that approves all your plants. And when Jensen and some of the others came in about numerous of the others, especially having to do with AI, they came in. I learned a lot. Number one, I learned we need double the electricity that we have right now for the whole country, and really more than that. I mean, 2 times would be even better. It was like unlimited thirst for electricity. And at first I said, you know, how's that possible? But that's, whatever it is, it's possible. That machine that you say you can barely lift is, I guess, it sucks up a lot of energy. But we need more than double what we have right now. So you take all of the energy, even the energy in this beautiful, incredible, is this the greatest? I mean, no matter, I don't care where you come from with your $50 billion plant, the White House is the White House, right? You got to see in the Oval Office. If you want to take a trip down to the Oval Office, any of you come down with me, I'll show you a beautiful office. It'll blow your beautiful offices away. They'll stop and they'll say, for a lot of other reasons, but it's a beautiful place. And if you want to, I'm serious, you can do that. But I told Jensen, I told Tim, I told everybody that's building these very big, incredible plants, really plants of the future. They were talking about hooking into the grid. I said, well, you know, the grid is old, and it's subject to mishap. Things can happen, including storms and much worse than storms. And if you want, I'll let you build your own utility plant, your own electric plant along with your building. You can build it inside of the plant or you can build it outside of the plant. And I went to Lee Zeldin right here and I said, Lee, we got to get fast approvals for these people. You know, they're going to do the best job. They're going to have the best engineers, the best everything. We'd like to have them build their electric for them. They don't have to go outside. You become a utility. You become a great producer of electric, and if you have any extra, you put it back into the grid if you want, or you sell it back in. But you're going to be able to build, so this way we don't have to worry about do we have enough. Because if you look at California, they have brownouts, blackouts, and everything else. They don't know what the hell they're doing. Governor doesn't have a clue. But the last thing you want to do is be hooking up to the California grid so that we can go in and you'll say, gee, we have to close down the factory for a couple of days. We have a little brownout going on. So you're going to be able to build your own plant and produce as much electric as your beautiful heart's desire. And that'll be something that nobody's done before. And we're going to ask Lee to get those approved very quickly. and he'll get it approved before you can even imagine. He's great. He's great. He knows the difference. You know, you can take years to get those approved. I would say previous to us, it would be years and years. Or you could take weeks to get them approved, and it'll be just as good. But they don't play games, and they're going to get it done, and they'll get it done very quickly. So that's going to be a big help because you're going to have unlimited energy, unlimited electricity. And I think it's going to really, we want to stay number one. We're number one right now by a lot. I will say this, if I didn't get elected, I would say get out of the AI business fast. Get out of all business fast, probably. Maybe get out of the country fast, because this country was heading in the wrong direction, but now it's heading in the right direction. I think it's the most consequential 100 days in the history of our country in certain ways. We had an editorial from a group that normally wouldn't give good editorials to people like me. And they said he's the most consequential president because of what he's doing with all of these policies that you're reading about, long beyond the electricity and the plants, having to do with many other things like secure borders and all of the many, many things I could go down and name them. We're gonna be getting tremendous amounts of drug and pharmaceutical companies going to be pouring into the country. They're going to have to. They're going to have to, and we're going to give them a lot of time to do it. But after that, there's going to be a tariff wall put up, and they won't be happy about it. But they'll be happy if they start building right now. Right now, it's going to be build, and after a certain period of time, it's going to get tougher, 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 and then it's going to be real hard to do business in this country. So for the pharmaceutical companies, chip companies, a lot of different companies, we're all set to really grow. Groceries are down. The grocery prices are down. Gasoline prices are down. We had some gasoline selling for $1.98 a gallon just recently in 3 different states over the last 2 days. It was at $4, and it was higher than that in some places. It was over $5. We have it way down. Energy prices are down all over the country. Mortgage rates are actually down slightly, even though I have a guy in the Fed that I'm not a huge fan of, but that's all right. These are minor details. Don't tell him I said that, please. As the cameras rock and roll back there. No, he should reduce interest rates. I think I understand interest a lot better than him because I've had to really use interest rates. But we should have interest rates go down. It would be positive, but it's not going to matter that much because ultimately what we're creating has much more to do with other things than it does just pure interest rates. But it would be nice for people wanting to buy homes and things. The prescription drug prices just saw the largest monthly decline ever recorded. So, David, I'm having a little bit of an impact, at least on you, as I browbeat this guy. And he's got he looks like he's 25 years old. He has this massive company, Eli Lilly, and it has no impact on him whatsoever. But I just see this number just came out. It's the largest monthly decline ever recorded. Yeah, but it's probably about 2%. You know, they did that to make me feel a little bit better. But I appreciate it. We have achieved the lowest number of illegal border crossings in U.S. history, and we're at a level that nobody thought we could get to in 2 years, let alone a couple of months. And I think Kristi Noem is here someplace. Where is Kristi? She's here. Stand up, Kristi. And Tom Homan. And I see Linda. Stand up, Linda. You are doing so good. Education. We're bringing education back to the States, where it belongs. And she's been incredible. She's very upset with Harvard. They have $53 billion in a fund, and yet they want more grants. And it looks like we're not going to be giving them any more grants, right, Linda? And, you know, a grant is at our discretion, and they're really not behaving well, so it's too bad. But our country is roaring like never before. Nobody's ever really seen anything like this. And again, the big thing is whether it's $8 trillion or even more than that, by the end of the year, it could be a number that would be, I think it's already, there's never been anything like it, but this is in a period of a couple of months. I think by the end of the year, the numbers will be just staggering. It's really It's really going to be something very special, and I'm very honored to be with you. And I'd ask if anybody has any questions, please. This is your time. This is your time. You'll be live on television, all the fake news back there. Now that'll keep them down, right? That's the way to keep them down, unless they're bad people, in which case, unless they want to make some news. Would anybody have any questions? Anybody? Business leaders? You want to know anything about depreciation? No? I love it. We've done such a good job, we don't have to take. Howard, would you like to say a couple of words, please?
The president talks about $8 trillion coming into America. And there's only one reason it's coming in. It's because he's finally set an industrial policy for the United States of America. We are the greatest economy in the world. We finally have a president who understands that we need to reindustrialize. We need to be made in America, made in the USA. And you feel it. You feel it with these leaders. You feel it across all your peers. Everyone feels it. It's coming back to America, and we are going to be rocking. So thank you, sir.
Great job. Great job. So thank you very much, everybody. And for the business leaders, if any of you would like to come down to the Oval and say hello, if you've never seen it, if you have seen it, just go home and enjoy your lives, count your money. But if you'd like to come down, I'm heading down there now. And again, thank you very much, everybody. Pam, you're doing a fantastic job. You're doing a fantastic job. Thank you very much.
Thank you for tuning in to the live show. You know what time it is. It is your boy Genesis. It is currently 2:51 a.m. And today is the 1st of May. Happy New Month, everybody. And that was the President of the United States, President Donald J. Trump, delivering an Investing in America remark. All right. Trump also celebrated his first 100 days in the White House. And congratulations to Ukraine. They have signed the rare earth mineral deal with the United States.
And this is a Fox News alert. Major breaking news out of Washington tonight, where the U.S. Treasury Department just announced the creation of the United States-Ukraine Reconstruction Investment Fund. Now, this is part of that Ukraine minerals deal that the administration has been working on for months. And here with the details is the Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent, is with us. Scott, thank you for being with us. Appreciate it. This is a big deal. It's good for America. It's good for Ukraine. I believe also will be good for Europe in a lot of ways. And tell us the details of that.
Sean, it's a great deal. Thanks for having me on tonight. And look, this is President Trump's deal, that he's done trade deals, tax deals, and now we've got this Ukrainian-American economic partnership deal. And it's win-win. It is a way to show that there's no daylight between Ukraine and U.S. as President Trump presses to end this horrible war. He wants both sides to come to the table now by showing that the U.S. has an economic interest in Ukraine. It's a signal to the Russian leadership. It's also a signal to the American people that we have a chance to participate, get some of the funding and the weapons, compensation for those, and be partners with the success of the Ukraine people, bring American know-how, best practices to the rebuilt Ukraine. But the rebuilding can't stop until this war ends, and President Trump is committed to that.
Well, I think the world should be applauding it, and the president expressed cautious optimism earlier today. Let's talk about the state of these trade deals with other countries and the issue of tariffs, and where do we stand now, and do you expect that a lot of deals will be signed in the near future?
Yeah, Sean, what I believe, and you can see it, President had this incredible first 100 days. Just look at the success of the border. Now, we closed the first 100 days with this deal where President Trump is one of the first president to create assets rather than debt for the American people. Now we're moving on to the trade deals, and President Trump has created the maximum optionality, maximum pressure for our trading partners. And, by showing the high level of tariffs from April 2nd that are possible, they've all come to the table to negotiate. So we've got 18 important trading partners. We put China to the side. 17 have not escalated. We are in negotiations with them. There's a process in place. But what President Trump has kept in his back pocket. What's that, Sean?
All 17?
All 17 have approached us. We are batching them in groups at a time. But we've had 100 approach us, and we are working with the top 17 to try to move them along as quickly as possible. And knowing that their levels could ratchet back up to the April 2nd tariff level has made everyone come to the table with some, what I would say are very good proposals.
So if the president's successful in getting free and fair trade, is successful in accomplishing energy dominance, is successful in eliminating waste, fraud, and abuse with DOGE, and you add to that his tax cuts being permanent, you know a lot more about the economy than I do, but that seems like a prescription for economic dominance and great success and opportunity, especially high-paying career jobs for working Americans. Am I wrong on any part of that?
No, Sean. We're putting together this plan and executing on it day by day, week by week, and it doesn't all happen at once, but the first 100 days set the table for the successes that we're going to see in the next 100. We've got, I can't remember, the number keeps going up every day, whether it's 6, 7, we might be up to 8 trillion of companies, sovereign funds that want to come to the U.S., businesses that want to reshore. But the important thing, none of these trade deals are going to get done unless they're fair. And as the other countries come to us, I look at these deals, and some of them are very good deals. And I couldn't agree more with President Trump. I'm not mad at the tariffs and the barriers and the currency manipulations that the other countries were doing. I just wonder how it went on for 4 or 5 decades without anyone who'd been behind the Resolute desk doing anything about it.
No president this has gone on for 50 or 60 years. We have been ripped off. We've been abused, taken advantage of. No president dared to challenge the establishment institutionalist thinking. And I agree with you. I believe if these deals come in and hopefully fast and furious with Trump being fair and fair, I think it'll be great for the country. Secretary Bessent, thank you very much. Congratulations. Hey, Sean Hannity here.
Shout out to everybody for tuning in. Now, China and the United States, this tariffs keeps going on. The trade war is still on.
They said no one would come to negotiate. We're talking to dozens of countries. They said no one would have offers. We have dozens of written offers. Yeah, this is like a tracker, right? We have all these columns of which countries have come in, when we started negotiations, who gave us an offer, are we in technical talks, and when do we expect to have deals done? Those are some weeks out.
So China is not on that list of countries that the U.S. is currently negotiating a trade deal with. They say that they will not, quote, kneel down to the United States. In a dramatic new message, China telling the world that it's time to band together against the United States because, quote, when the rest of the world stands together in solidarity, the United States is just a small stranded boat. For China, for the world, we must write and fight on. This is their message as they try to battle in this tariff war that is underway. Let's bring in Charles Payne, host of Making Money on Fox Business. No big surprises there in China's bluster against all of this. But what do you make of this idea that maybe there are deals underway with maybe Japan or perhaps India?
No, I think it's fantastic. It's and there's no doubt there are. It's for all the criticism the White House is taking over the way they calculated the reciprocal tariffs. One thing we know is that it would speed up the process because they're draconian. They're draconian, and I think maybe they were designed that way, as opposed to the typical, hey, we'll meet in 3 months in Paris and the next 3 months in Geneva, then let's meet 3 months from now in Tokyo. Let me tell you something. I don't think the audience knows this. From the Apollo Group, recent trade deals with maybe 50 countries, the average trade deal took 18 months to sign and another 45 months to implement. So we're talking 100 days versus those time periods. It's really been amazing.
I think you make a great point. Let's just say if you want to buy a house and you think that seller is motivated, right? You're going to go in and give them this really lowball offer that might offend them.
Right.
But it starts the conversation. And I think that's kind of what we see going on here with some of these deals, which I think is actually really interesting. Watch this back and forth between President Trump and Terry Moran at ABC. And I want to get your thoughts on it, Charles.
So your answer to the concern about the tariffs is everything's going to be hunky-dory?
Everything's going to be just fine. It wouldn't have been if I didn't do this.
What do you think?
So I did on my show yesterday, there was a stock that was up called 22% yesterday, a company called Leggett & Platt. It's a furniture maker. Now, what was intriguing about this? Well, it was about $9 a share. 5 years ago, it was $50 a share. That tells you how far it's come down. When President Trump, everybody does it. I'm sure, we've done it. Every news agency goes out and they interview these local businesses or some small furniture maker, and they're saying if these tariffs last longer, just the governor of Kentucky, that we're going to get hurt, we're going to lose. What no one talks about, for instance, in that textile industry, there were 400,000 jobs. It's free falling now toward 50,000 jobs. Without action, those jobs are going to zero anyway. This is the time, maybe the last time, to take action. And that's exactly what he was trying to articulate there, I think, in that interview.
Charles, thank you very much. Charles Payne over on the Business Channel, and here as often as we can get him. Charles, good to see you as always.
Hey.
Somebody said China is about to be the great economy of the world. I don't think so. Because China's real estate market is like done. So, and the tariffs here is making it hard for China to do business. And the United States is the largest consumer on earth. And if the largest consumer isn't buying from the largest manufacturer, what do you think is going to happen? They're losing money too. You think it's just the United States? China is losing money as well. It's negotiation, guys. You think China is just chilling? No.
First, Trump's on a roll. That's the focus of tonight's angle. After months of negotiation, President Trump just signed a landmark minerals deal with Ukraine's President Zelensky. Now, this is going to give the United States access to valuable, really important rare earth minerals. Now, the man just doesn't stop. Now, this comes after last night's Trump bonanza, not only the rally, but Trump smashing the biased press, as only Trump can do. When ABC empathizes with an illegal alien with MS-13 tattoos on his knuckles, this is what happens.
On his knuckles, he had MS-13.
On his knuckles.
Wait a minute. He had MS-13 on his knuckles tattooed.
Oh, he had some tattoos that are interpreted that way. But let's move on.
Wait a minute. Hey, Terry.
That was Photoshopped. So let me
That was Photoshopped. Terry, you can't do that. Hey, they're giving you the big break of a lifetime. You're doing the interview. I picked you because, frankly, I never heard of you, but that's okay. But I picked you, Terry, but you're not being very nice.
Pass the popcorn. Trump exposes them at every turn.
We follow the legal process. I can't have a trial, a major trial for every person that came in illegally. We have thousands of murderers that came in. We have to get them out, and we have to get them out fast.
Really bad guys, but in our country, even bad guys get due process, right?
If people come into our country illegally, there's a different standard. These are illegal. They came in illegally.
But they get due process.
Well, they get a process where we have to get them out.
I have a question. Do these reporters do any research?
We had a president that was grossly incompetent. You knew it, I knew it, and everybody knew it, but you guys didn't want to write it because you're fake news. All right.
Because you're fake
By the way,
news.
ABC is one of the worst. I have to be
Oh,
honest.
yeah.
Okay, this was thoroughly enjoyable. Okay, the reality show continues. But you can only truly appreciate how hands-on Trump is as president, how forward-thinking he is, when you're reminded of how bad President Biden was. Now, remember Biden's first cabinet meeting? It wasn't until...
And this right here, I get it, you know, Biden was a disaster, in my opinion. You might feel differently, but I mean, this guy, minus the fact that he was falling off stairs, slipping on the world stage, you know, mumbling on stage, and just stuff that was embarrassing for the president of the United States to be doing. Just the fact that the border was a disaster, oil prices to the moon, inflation was high, mortgage rate was so high. Now it's coming down. These are facts. Like, nobody can say inflation isn't down right now. Like,
April 1st of 2021. But counting today's for Trump, Trump's already held 3 public cabinet meetings and gave the press almost unfettered access.
We'll go around the table and you can hear it. And these are cabinet meetings where they're very open and transparent. And I can guarantee you Biden didn't do this.
No, he did not. Now, on his good days, Biden would basically read an opening statement. Then his staff would shoo reporters out of the room. Now, wait for the bonus at the end of this one.
While most of the cabinet will have a role in helping shape and press the jobs plan, today I'm announcing that I'm asking 5 cabinet members to take special responsibility. Now we've got a lot of business to do and get done. I thank the press for being here, but talk to you all later. Thank you.
I mean, everything about that was bad. No questions from reporters. Then, of course, the social distancing with the masks. COVID performance theater. Never forget that. Now, in fact, Biden's staff had such little confidence in his cognitive ability that they didn't schedule regular cabinet meetings, or they just scripted them all when they did occur. Now, back in July of last year, a source told CNN that the entire display is kind of an act. They would come and say, hey, the president is going to call on you about 25 minutes in and ask this question. What are the bullet points you'll respond with? He was so decrepit that Joe even turned over his final cabinet meeting to his wife. Weak, weak, weak. But with Trump, it's strength all the way. Now, while some prior Republican presidents might be cowed by some less than fantastic poll numbers, not Trump. He goes on the offensive and stays on the offensive on the issues that matter. After Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy spoke today about the outdated air traffic control technology we have, Trump swooped in and added some key details.
Buttigieg did a horrible job. They wasted billions and billions of dollars hooking up wire equipment to non-wire equipment to satellite equipment, and a third-grade student would know it doesn't work. You can't work. And they wasted tens of billions of dollars. But we want to put a brand new air traffic control system in.
I mean, what president gets into the details like that? Now, for more than 2 hours, Trump, Vance, every cabinet official, and even his chief of staff gave important updates to the American people. No hiding, all on camera. Attorney General Pam Bondi spoke about shutting down the cartels.
Your DOJ agencies have seized more than 22 million fentanyl pills, 3,400 kilos of fentanyl, which saved, are you ready for this, media? 258 million lives.
Oh, I love when she turns to the cameras. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent on our work on artificial intelligence.
America, under your leadership, is on the verge of becoming an AI superpower. We had high tech and finance on one side, natural resources led by energy, which the previous administration tried to kill on the other, and you're filling in between with precision manufacturing that we're going to be bringing back through good trade policies, good tax policies.
An AI superpower. I love that. And speaking of trade deals,
they said you wouldn't be able to do global tariffs. We did it. They said everyone would retaliate. No one retaliated outside of China. They said no one would come to negotiate. We're talking to dozens of countries. They said no one would have offers. We have dozens of written offers.
They all want to negotiate. They want to make a deal.
and after absurdly high gas prices under Biden, we got some very good news on the energy front.
Oil, gasoline, and diesel prices are the lowest they've been in years. How does that happen in 100 days? That's a messaging. Your message that we're pro-energy. We're not against energy, we're for it. That sends a message to the marketplace, already led to tremendous savings for American consumers across the country.
No backing down. The commitment to bulldoze the failed establishment with real solutions, it's refreshing. Frankly, it's breathtaking. J.D. Vance said it best.
You sit in the Oval Office and you see these portraits of presidents past. And let's be honest, most of them have been placeholders. They've been people who have allowed their staff to sign executive orders with an auto pen instead of men of action. And the reason the media attacks this administration as chaotic is because the president is solving the problems the American people set about to solve.
Now, despite the barrage of criticism from every liberal sphere, it's very predictable, the Trump team, and I noticed it today, maybe you did as well, seems so much more organized and unified than the first time around. They're really on their front foot. They're working as efficiently, as quickly as possible to tackle the problems that D.C.'s big spending uniparty created. Plus, Trump's having a lot more fun at every turn.
You've done a great job, Susie. I think everybody agrees.
Man, this man, yo, in front of the media, in front of the American people, he's out here being transparent. Like I said, you don't have to agree with everything he's doing, everything he's saying, but this is transparency right here in front of you. His cabinet members telling you what they're doing. I don't know what else you want, man.
Anybody that disagrees, please. In front of the media. Please raise your hand if you have the courage to do so.
Happy Trump is best. Trump. I think I'll say that every night. I love it. I mean, guys, there's no need to sour on America. Do not listen to the naysayers. For the first time in decades, we can all see a path forward to a new golden age. That's the angle.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey.
Somebody said Laura was glazing Trump. That's just wow.
But first, breaking tonight, the Trump administration has just announced it has signed its elusive mineral deal with Ukraine. That announcement comes on the heels of news the U.S. economy shrank in the first quarter of 2025 for the first time in 3 years. The gross domestic product declined 0.3 of a percentage point. President Trump and his team are downplaying the significance of the number. Senior White House correspondent Jackie Heinrich starts us off tonight live from the North Lawn. Good evening, Jackie.
Good evening, Brett. The U.S. and Ukraine finally inking that long-awaited so-called minerals deal, establishing an economic partnership in recognition of U.S. support to Ukraine. The Treasury Department announcing that this is a signal to Russia that the U.S. is committed to a peace that's centered on a free, sovereign, and prosperous Ukraine. Also saying no state or person who funded the Russian war machine, or supplied it rather, will be allowed to benefit from Ukraine's reconstruction. This news is a bright spot after a cloudy GDP report today that the president blamed on his predecessor.
That's Biden. That's not Trump, because we came in on January, this is the quarterly numbers.
President Trump brushing off today's GDP report showing the U.S. economy shrinking for the first time since 2022, in large part because imports surged at a 41% pace ahead of Trump's tariffs taking effect. Government spending also dropped.
It says how bad a situation we inherited. And you could even say the next quarter is sort of bad because it doesn't just happen on a daily or an hourly basis.
Economists say the report exaggerates the troubles of the economy, but the Port of Los Angeles is bracing for a 35% drop in cargo arrivals as soon as next week, which would have an immediate impact on dock workers, truckers, and warehouse workers, and soon after, consumers.
Retailers are telling me that they've got 5 to 7 weeks left of traditional inventory. We'll likely see fewer choices on shelves and online shopping networks.
Trump insists China has it worse.
I was actually saddened to hear it, but they are getting absolutely hammered in China.
The White House not revealing yet which cabinet officials were allegedly being tracked for disinformation by the Biden administration.
There's at least one person at this table today who had a dossier in that building. Well, we are going to turn over these dossiers to the individuals, and they'll decide whether they want to disclose it or not.
Also not revealing whether the U.S. made a formal request to El Salvador's government for the return of Kilmar Abrego Garcia.
Well, I would never tell you that. And you know who else I'll never tell? A judge. Because the conduct of our foreign policy belongs to the President of the United States.
The president sparring with ABC over the man's alleged gang affiliation.
He had MS-13 on his knuckles tattooed.
Oh, he had some tattoos that are interpreted that way. But let's move on.
Wait a minute. Hey, Terry.
He did not have the
do
letter MS-13.
It says MS-13.
That was Photoshop.
So this guy just said he has some tattoos that were interpreted as MS-13. So what does that mean?
Tattoos that are interpreted that way. But let's move on.
Wait a minute. Hey, Terry.
The president sparring with ABC over the man's alleged gang affiliation.
He had MS-13 on his knuckles tattooed.
Oh, he had some tattoos that are interpreted that way. But let's move on.
Wait a minute. Hey, Terry.
He did not have the letter MS-13.
It says MS-13.
That was Photoshop.
Terry, you can't do that.
Now, the president previously shared a photo of the man's tattoos on social media, which had MS-13 markers above each corresponding tattoo, which were a marijuana leaf, a smiley face, a cross, and a skull. The White House has not explained who added the markers or even acknowledged that they were added, but they said there's no dispute the man's tattoos signify MS-13. Brett.
Jackie, another topic. Today, the president referred in that cabinet meeting to his defense secretary jokingly as his least controversial cabinet member. You know, there was this bipartisan pushback over a Pentagon program Defense Secretary Hegseth ended. What's that all about?
Yeah, yesterday, the defense secretary announced that he proudly ended the Women, Peace, and Security program, which recognizes participation of women in conflict prevention and resolution. Hegseth called it a woke DEI initiative pushed by feminists and hated by troops that distracts from warfighting. Ironically, several members of the Trump cabinet pushed this through Congress, including Kristi Noem, Mike Waltz, and Marco Rubio. It was also championed by Ivanka Trump. After some bipartisan backlash, Hegseth later posted that this program was ruined by Biden. Brett.
Jackie Heinrich, right in front of the West Wing. Jackie, thank you.
Hey, it's Will Kane. Click here.
Thank you for tuning in to the live show. You know what time it is. It is your boy Genesis. It is currently 3:18 a.m. right now. And today is the 1st of May 2025. Happy new month. And Mother's Day is in 10 days. And happy Mother's Day in advance to all of your moms. And yeah, moving forward because there's folks right here.
Pro-Hamas groups calling for a rally in support of the 8 CUNY students, City College students, who are facing jail time over their actions during the campus anti-Israeli protests back in 2024. Now, the group are gloating about New York City DA Alvin Bragg dismissing the charges for most of the students who were arrested during the mass arrest 1 year ago today. Do they look like they should have their charges dismissed? CUNY professor of law and director of students, alumni, and faculty and equality on campus, Jeff Flaks, joins us again. Jeff, your reaction to this now?
Disgusting. I mean, these are assailants. They actually attacked two campus safety officers. And I will tell you an exclusive that I have, thanks to the power of Fox and Friends and you. I got a call after a show I did with you from a very high-level official at CUNY, can't say who it is, who had discussions with the safety officers, who said that they went to the chancellor of CUNY and to the chair of the Board of Trustees and said, we want to stop what you just saw on TV a year ago. We want to arrest these people. We don't want it to happen. And CUNY said, no, we want to allow it to happen. Fast forward, one of the top officers, campus officers, got injured so badly that he's still out on leave today.
So it was okay for them to wreck their property at their school. They okayed it.
Yeah, vandalize, burglarize, trespass, and also assault. They threw a keyboard, I believe, and other items at police officers, at safety officers. So they're also assailants.
And these 8 want their day in court.
Yeah, you know, there were over 100 people arrested that day. All but 20. Bragg dropped almost every single case.
Why would he do that? The guy that puts Danny Pennies in through hell will not for standing up for everyone in the subway. Will not clamp down on this.
Well, he's a lunatic. I blame the governor. The governor should remove him. I understand that it hasn't happened since 1900 with Theodore Roosevelt. But you know what? It's gotten to an extreme situation. She should remove him.
So here's what Mayor Adams says. Let's be clear. None of this is acceptable. It's in fact despicable. New York City will always be a place where people can hopefully peacefully protest, but we will not tolerate violence, trespassing, menacing, or threatening hate has no place in our, or whatever. Your thoughts about him saying something, those platitudes?
It's nothing. It's a platitude. You said it. He's doing nothing about it. This is the definition. I can't believe I'm saying this in 2025 when my grandmother survived this. This is a pogrom. A pogrom doesn't just have to be the government doing stuff. It could be allowing stuff.
Do you know what? I heard that Chuck Schumer's Jewish. I heard he wrote a book about fighting anti-Semitism.
Yeah.
Do you hear him weighing in on any of this? It takes the president to clamp down on places like Columbia and Barnard, but nothing from New Yorkers, New York leaders.
People like Chuck Schumer should be ashamed of themselves, and they cause more damage than they actually claim to assist in.
And Jeff, you just told me something so important. For people out there watching this is anti-Western, anti-American, anti-cop. Forget not just ICE. They're anti-cop. They're screaming in cops' faces. So that attitude we thought we left 5 years ago is still there with the next generation of New Yorkers. Final thought.
The Jews are just a step on the way. What is their mantra? They are also saying abolish the police, abolish ICE, abolish capitalism. That is a huge part. That's the next step. It starts with the Jews. It ends with everything else in Western culture.
Jeff Flaks will be relentless in fighting back against this.
Absolutely, and so are you.
Absolutely, and so.
Yeah, Lord.
Today in Vermont, a federal judge will hold a hearing to try to determine whether the release of Mohsen Mahdawi, the Columbia University student arrested earlier this month at his citizenship interview. Ahead of the hearing, Vermont Democrats blasted Mahdawi's detention yesterday.
He was invited to his very last stage in achieving citizenship. He had gone through the entire process. It was the very last meeting he was supposed to have. But it was a trap. This is what our government is doing in our name.
It goes without saying that if the Trump administration has any shred of justice in it, Mahdawi must be released immediately.
Joining us right now is George Washington law professor and Fox News contributor Jonathan Turley. Jonathan, good morning to you.
Thank you. Good morning.
It's good to have you. So what that first speaker, what she was talking about was apparently this Palestinian student leader from Columbia was just steps away from his final citizenship interview when he was arrested. What is it that he apparently, according to the government, did wrong?
Well, there's a lot we still don't know. The government insists that he was one of the organizers of these protests.
Right.
And those protests did involve criminal acts. They did involve occupations. And the question is, was he truly directly involved in some of those actions? Now, for the free speech community, these cases raise troubling issues. You are allowed to engage in free speech and First Amendment activities in the United States. That's one of the draws of coming to the United States. And the question, though, is whether this person committed conduct that was unlawful. Originally, the administration made clear that they believed that this person and others were involved in unlawful conduct. But there was a change in the government's position in the Khalil case and in this case. They're now sort of going for the three-point shot. They're saying, you know, we have a legal basis to exclude people that we believe are undermining national security under this statutory provision. It is a very forgiving provision. It says that Marco Rubio just has to have a reasonable basis to believe this. And they're saying to these courts, you are not allowed to get involved in foreign relations and question his judgment on these cases.
Indeed. And meanwhile, as that's going on up in Vermont, the Department of Homeland Security, the deadline for Harvard, another Ivy League school, to provide information on foreign student visa holders, their illegal and violent activities. Apparently, the administration is saying, okay, Harvard, tell us about these people, and Harvard won't release anything, it doesn't sound like.
Yeah, Harvard is picking a very rough hill to fight on this one. You don't have a guarantee to federal funding and grants. The government here is seeking information that they believe is relevant to determining if some people in this country may have violated their conditions for visas or are a danger to the country. That's a pretty strong basis for the government. Now, Harvard has other complaints about the Trump administration's position in a letter that went out. Some of those may have merit, but on this one, they're going to find it more difficult sledding to withhold information from the government while saying you need to still give us all that money.
Sure. So what do you think is going to happen?
I think that as in many of these cases, these universities are going to win part of this and lose part of this. The letter that went out by the administration was described in one media by one media outlet as being issued by mistake. The White House then sort of went back. I wish that letter had gone through one more draft to remove one of those lines. But, you know, there is an interesting fight going on where universities are saying you are intruding upon free speech and academic freedom. I think that the administration has a strong hand on many of these grants. It is not a right to receive federal funding. And the administration does have discretion on many of these issues.
And, you know, final question, Jonathan. Yesterday, the president was in Michigan talking about the first 100 days. During the first 100 days, the administration, Department of Justice, other branches of his government have used novel parts of the law to try to essentially cause change that we haven't seen in a generation or two. And if you had to give a grade for how he's using the application of those novel approaches, what would you say?
It's too early to tell whether he will prevail, but he learned something in his first term, that presidents need to move fast and far in the first 2 years of their term before the midterms. And he's doing that. Yes, he's in court, but that's going to bring greater finality. He'll lose some, he'll win some, but in the end, he'll have greater finality as to what his authority is, particularly on issues like deportation, where he's trying to move millions of cases.
And he'll be able to say, hey, look, the court agrees with me on this here thing right there, and then that's what we're going to do. Jonathan, thank you very much.
Immigration is his number one win every time, you know, he gets interviewed, because the tariff is making things seem like it's not moving forward, but in actuality, it's actually moving forward.
Editor-in-chief of The Atlantic, Jeffrey and two of his colleagues just got an interview with President Trump just last week. Ashley Parker and Michael Shearer were the other two Atlantic journalists. And Jeffrey, moments ago, we just heard President Trump blaming the new economic numbers on President Biden. We've heard this theme from him before, blaming others for anything that normally would be considered his responsibility. What was the president's tone when you met with him?
Well, on that direct point, Jake, it was interesting because, and I don't have the exact number in front of me, but at least 6 or 8 times in the course of the hour we spent with him, he brought up Joe Biden, not invited by us to bring up Joe Biden. He brought up Biden's name of his own accord, to blame him for various specific things, or just to say how terrible a president he was. It was noticeable. In other words, every 5 or 10 minutes, some reference to Biden and his faults. He even said, as we walked into the Oval Office, he even said, in reference to the interview, he said, "I bet Biden would never do this." I mean, what I took from that is that he's got Biden on the brain. Part of it is obviously political, tactical. Like, I'm going to blame my predecessor as long as I possibly can for whatever I don't like about the economy or politics in America. Part of it is just it's sort of organic to who he is. The need or desire to spread blame is really strong in him, and obviously every day that goes on. Every day we get further away from the Biden administration, it becomes that much more difficult to sell the idea that anything good that happens is Trump's responsibility. Anything bad that happens is Biden's responsibility.
In point of fact, Biden didn't give the Atlantic an interview, right?
Oh yeah, no, that is
true.
That is true.
Yeah, fact check true.
So I laughed and I said, you're right about that. I was just noting that I was just noting that in terms of we didn't come in talking about Biden.
Right.
He just
I get it. I get it
all the time.
So I want to read what the president said during the interview with you and your colleagues about running in 2028. Trump says, quote, "Well, I just will tell you this. I don't want to really talk about it, but it's not something that I'm looking to do. It's not something that I'm looking to do. And I think it would be a very hard thing to do. But I do have it shouted at me. No, you've got to run." Do you believe his answer? He's not looking to run again in 2028?
No.
I mean, I think, of course, he's looking to run in 2028. He told us that he's not interested in shattering the biggest norm, or one of the biggest norms of all. But there's an easy way to answer the question, and most presidents would answer the question, well, the Constitution says I can't run, so even if I wanted to, which I don't, I'm not running. Like, it's not it's very easy to answer that saying, well, it would be against the law to run for president. So why would you even ask me that? He leaves all doors open.
Lastly, we only have a little bit of time, but what was the most interesting thing that you took away from your meeting with President Trump?
Well, I mean, we talked about Signalgate, and that was interesting. What I sensed was a little bit of softness around Pete Hegseth and his support for Pete Hegseth. He indicated that he thinks and hopes that Pete Hegseth is going to be just fine, but it wasn't a ringing endorsement. The most interesting thing to me, though, was that when I asked him why this intense focus on vengeance or revenge or retribution against people, including people who worked for Joe Biden and Joe Biden himself, he said, look, there are people around here who think we should just go forward and make policy and lead the country. I'm in that camp. He says, you may not believe it. And I said, I might not believe that. I said, there are other people in the White House staff who think that we should really go after our enemies for what they did to us. So he was sort of pinning it on the staff.
Right.
This desire to investigate and punish people, he felt did him wrong. I thought that was an interesting moment.
Very interesting. Jeffrey Goldberg, editor-in-chief of The Atlantic, thank you so much. Good to see you.
It doesn't matter how many times you say it, it does not make it so. Look, this is, as Phil said, this is not Biden's economy. This is Trump's economy, no matter how many times he says it or posts it. And Phil will explain to us why we can't technically call it a recession yet, but because we need a second quarter and then we'll look back. But everyone I spoke to, Wall Street, business leaders, That's what they're expecting, a recession. I think beyond the bad politics of it, because fear and uncertainty is not good for the economy and it's not good for a politician, we have to remind people that even if all of these tariffs work out, it would take 5 to 10 years to bring these jobs back. Question whether Americans want all of these jobs. Will business leaders take the gamble of making these kinds of investments when they're looking at something 5 or 10 years out, or are they going to ride Trump out?
Bill Stepien, I keep coming back to this question because, I mean, clearly we've seen him say over and over again, it's Biden's market, it's Biden's market, it's Biden's market. But he does want credit for what's going on with the tariffs, and he's taking full credit for that. I mean, he said there in the Oval Office, Biden was doing this thing, I'm doing this other thing, and yes, your toys may get more expensive, you may have fewer of them. If you were advising him, would you be telling him to talk about it like this?
As a parent with kids with birthdays coming up, I appreciate the lower expectations for toys.
Good point.
Look, the GDP is a math equation. As imports go up, GDP goes down. And businesses were rushing to meet, to beat the tariff deadlines. 41% historic amount of imports this past quarter. So there really shouldn't be a surprise here. And I can recite the Republican talking points about core GDP being up and private investments, as you said.
Which are true.
True. But the problem is there's a lot of trade talking. There's no trade dealing, right? Deals are going to be done. We heard that this weekend. 90 deals in 90 days, not done. Until that gets done, until Trump's advisors actually get deals done, every report, every quarter, every month, Trump's going to be on defense.
So
Trump can only blame Joe Biden for so long, and this is actually laughable. It wasn't Joe Biden that put uncertainty in the economy. It wasn't Joe Biden that decided to put tariffs in place and try to send the economy into total chaos. It was Trump. And I think that he believes that he can tell people, listen, this whole short-term pain is his message to the American people. But when does that end? And there is no end in sight. And to your point, this might be 5, 10 years down the road. We're not sure if businesses, actually, we don't even know if it's 5 or 10 years down the road. And he's caused so much uncertainty, and businesses don't even know how to plan. So it almost makes it impossible for Trump to highlight success, because what does success look like at this point? So I think that if you're a member of Congress on the Hill right now, Republican member of Congress in a tough district, I'd be going to the White House and saying, you have got to give us some certainty that we are going to be able to help the American people, that they're going to see some benefits from the tariffs, because right now people are hurting. And I'm not sure that they're going to be okay with that in a few months.
All right. With that being said, thank you for tuning into the live show. You know what time it is. It is your boy Genesis. Double tap your screen, subscribe to the channel if you haven't. And thank you for being here. Instead of looking for perfection, seek for consistency. Never give up on yourself. Never give up on your dreams. Never give up on God. Believe in yourself, believe in your dreams, and believe in God. All right? With that being said, I gotta go. Have a wonderful night and stay positive regardless of what's going on in your life. Stay positive, all right? Shout out to C. Shelley. Shout out to Mr. Busky. Shout out to Ellie. Shout out to Luke. Shout out to Dana. Shout out to everybody, okay? But those are members or moderators on the channel. So thank you guys for being here. And thank you to the veterans as well. And shout out to the military guys. Thank you. You protect the homeland. And I am signing out.